Hey, how is everyone doing? It's the RambleCast, March 9th. We've got a Corbin here.
You do.
We have a Corbin.
And I'm mostly awake. It's been a long day and it's rainy outside, so I'm really feeling the urge to go back to bed and keep watching the show I started last night, which is Better Call Saul. But I will hold off for a little bit longer for the people, of course.
Okay, so I didn't actually know you were watching that. How you just started watching last night?
I just started last night because I have a
Have you seen
friend
Breaking
I talked
Bad?
to who really, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I watched Breaking Bad because a friend of mine kept badgering me about it, and it was good. And he said you should also watch Better Call Saul. and it looked good. I said, yes, I would eventually do it. I think that was like a year ago. And then he mentioned again. I was like, okay, yeah, all right. I'm almost done with like most of the shows I was watching, so now's the perfect time to slip in another show. So I watched like 4 episodes. It's good.
Yeah, good show. It doesn't have quite the right energy for a follow-up to Breaking Bad, but
no, it's very different, but it's good in a different way.
Yeah. I would like. Well, I believe it's over now, so I need to go watch like the final.
They're doing the last season now. I think.
Oh, is that okay?
I think, yeah.
I guess.
And I'm going to pop out the chat so I can see people saying things. And then, and then I will say I'm live. Can't spell Cody today. That's fine.
It's only a 4-letter word.
Yeah, it's. Well, I'm getting used to this keyboard layout, so I'm a little off.
Oh, okay. So really quick as an obligatory note, right before going live, which actually this is kind of why we went live a little late. We were just talking about.
We were just talking about how I'm breaking up with Cody.
Yeah, we were just talking about how Corbin's thinking about possibly getting a Mac.
Begrudgingly buying a Mac. That's
And
where I'm at.
I feel obligated to say this up front. The one hardest thing about switching to a Mac or using a Mac at all is it takes you about anywhere from a couple days to a couple weeks to get used to switching the minor differences in the keyboard layout. Because the window key becoming the command key and moving over a couple of spots throws off everything for a few days. It's so hard to adapt to that at first. It's way better in the end. Like, it is so much the better keyboard layout, but it is a little tricky at first.
Yeah, I just got this keyboard, which is the what is it called? Logitech MX Keys Mini, which looks very much like Apple's Magic Keyboard thing.
Oh wow, that really does.
Yeah, it has a couple different color options. This is obviously the most Mac-like, but I've wanted this for a while because I've seen a couple people say good things about it. I think Cam Summerson was saying he likes this. I can't remember, but I wanted to try it for a while, but like I don't want to drop $100 on a keyboard that I don't know if I'll like it. And I went to Best Buy over the weekend, and they had one they had like a demo model, and I was like, okay. And I tried. I was like, yeah, it's good. I'll buy one. So this is the only. Looking now at the at all the options, I definitely would have bought They have like a dark black, like a dark silver one that matches my desk much better, and I think actually looks better. But it's fine. It's fine. Maybe I'll buy that one later and just swap when I feel like it. But yeah, it's very nice. It's got like it feels like a Apple keyboard a little bit, but it's got like little indents for fingers and has an emoji button, which is kind of fun. It brings up the emoji panel and a screenshot button, and it's Bluetooth. And I had to buy their little dongle thing that makes it work more like a wired keyboard because it's a Bluetooth keyboard. I couldn't use my BIOS with it by default, so I couldn't choose if I wanted to boot into Mac or Linux and Windows on my computer. So I had to buy their dongle, but it's nice. I also paired it to Android for a little bit in Dex, and it works good. So if you want a little, also I know Cody will appreciate this keyboard is almost silent. So
yes.
As long as this is plugged into my computer, Cody is spared from the loud noises of my buckling springs Unicomp keyboard.
See, not only it has honestly way less to do with the streams and you clacking away. I just generally, like, I cannot deal with my own keyboard clacking away. I'm one of those people. I don't want that.
My biggest issue with that keyboard, honestly, isn't the clacking. It's nice to type on. It feels like I'm using an old timey typewriter. But the bigger issue is that it's just so large. First of all, it's like really high. So when it's on my desk, my arms are like almost tilted up and then down a little bit, which like that fucks up your posture real fast. And the other issue is that it's so large that when it's on my desk, I have to actually like move my mouse pad pretty far more than like is like actually comfortable, so that I'm like fucking up my posture again. But this is so small that I can just set it in the middle of my desk, and my mouse is exactly level with my armrest, and it's perfect. So
Yeah.
and also just the smaller keyboard layouts are generally help with typing speed, because your hands don't have to move quite as much.
Yeah, and also, not that most people do this, but every once in a while I actually take my Apple wireless keyboard with me somewhere. So, I mean, not just for like events necessarily, but like there have actually been times that I'm thinking, you know what, I'm just gonna be out for a few hours, but I know I might end up in a situation where, like, I don't know, maybe I'm sitting in my car and I just want to break out stuff and start working on my laptop. And if for some reason I'm going to be in an awkward position, like, I know I can put my laptop somewhere I can see the screen and just have the keyboard resting on my lap, a trackpad off to the side somewhere, or resting on a knee or whatever. Like, I can do that. And these are so tiny as a keyboard and trackpad separately. Plus, you can't do this ironically with the combination of things that this would make sense for. Let's see. If I do this, is it going to cut your audio? No, it doesn't. Good. Okay.
Nice.
So I just put myself as the main view. Okay, so Magic Trackpad. This is the current gen Magic Trackpad, or relatively current gen.
Right.
And this is the old Apple wireless keyboard, not the current one. The thing that makes this different is it has this round loop here where the batteries go in. The current one is just a slab that matches this. The beautiful thing is, when traveling, I can do this. And it's not a perfect fit, but it's pretty close. And I can just slap these into a reasonably tight place, and they are held together. I mean, not literally, like they will shift and stuff, but it's not a big deal.
Right.
And it's awesome. It is a tiny, convenient, sort of like a package. In fact, I really wish, I've thought about this many times, I really wish they would actually remake a Magic, or an Apple keyboard kind of like this, but with a slot designed to fit this. I want that. I think that would be a fantastic product. They won't do it, but it would be.
I did like that my Hex Gears X1 keyboard, which is like mechanical, but it's got like little keys, so it feels more like a laptop. It did come with a very nice little travel case. This did not, but also I have this as a mouse, which is just like this is not going into a bag easily. Like,
no,
this is going to take up a lot of space. Yeah, so kind of screwed there, but that's fine.
But think of the good side. You don't have, and this is kind of the weirdest, most unnecessary transition, but just because, at least you don't have the Apple, what is it? The Apple Magic Mouse. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, the one that you gotta flip upside down, like a beached turtle.
Yep.
Or not a beached turtle, like a beached whale. Turtles, I think, can probably flip themselves back over given enough time.
Actually, I don't think they can. Pretty sure that's like a whole thing with them.
That you're probably right. Again, brain doesn't work right now. Please come back later. But yeah, so I was watching the Apple event yesterday from a Firestone because I was getting car maintenance. And I was watching at 360p because their Wi-Fi was very slow and I didn't want to use a lot of my own data. So I might have missed some things, but it seemed like a nice event. We got the new iPhone SE, which once again, I desperately wish Samsung would try to make one of those. Just something with a little bit of a smaller size and enough bezel where I can like hold it without like doing like this. Right?
Yes.
Like, yeah, like, this where like I can't hold it like this because then I can't watch YouTube videos because I'm covering up the speaker. But yeah, so new SC looks nice. I might end up getting I get like at some point I'll have to get a new either cheap iPhone or cheap iPad just because I need to occasionally test things on Safari. And those are your options for testing things on mobile Safari. So maybe at some point. Apple keeps updating my original iPhone SE, so I don't have a reason yet. They're keeping that thing alive for way longer than I thought they would.
No kidding.
But so that's cool.
Which is sort of doubly funny because the phone itself is kind of garbage. It was kind of garbage when it came out, but
yeah, I like the size mostly, and I like it has a headphone jack. Camera is hot garbage though.
Yeah.
It's
by
margin.
modern standards, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was good at the time, but it's like
it was decidedly not bad.
Okay.
Not at the time. I mean, we are talking 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was yeah.
It wasn't like, it was certainly a lot better than your typical like budget Android phone. It was miles better than your budget Android phone, but it didn't rival like the current iPhones, even though they kind of said it would. It didn't.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's just a test phone for me. And also when I lived with my mom, that was my podcast player for when I mowed the lawn because it fit into like the armband thing I had. And all the giant phones I have do not.
Yeah.
So it was good for that. And
so, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering the SE2. But I feel like when the SE2 came out, it was objectively, well, it has bad battery life. In every other way, it was really one of those moments like, hey, you want something that is pretty comparable to the current iPhone. It had the same cameras. It had a weaker processor, but not by so much that it was a big deal.
And like a weaker processor in iOS world is like far from the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like they're not like the Android. It's not like the iOS equivalent of like a Snapdragon 200.
Yeah.
Like, it's still going to open Twitter really fast.
Exactly. But during the announcement, and I meant to pull this up in advance and I totally forgot. Let's see if I can get this up quickly. During the announcement, one of the things that stood out to me is that they highlighted the new SE and kept saying, it's really fast, it's this, it's that. One thing that was really weird is they compared it to the iPhone 8.
Mm-hmm.
And all I could think is, really? That's your metric for this? Is it's faster than here it is.
Yeah.
They bragged that it's 2.2 times faster than the iPhone 8, and all I could think is, really? You're going to compare against a phone that is, hold on, I also forgot.
Well, I think they did that just because, like, I would assume their marketing people believe that that's going to be the most popular upgrade path, I guess, is from the last SE or from the iPhone 8 or whatever.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I don't know about that. I'm sure most of the people are going to come from an SE2 to an SE3, which...
How old is the iPhone 8?
2017. September 22nd,
Okay.
2017 was the iPhone 8 release date. So we're talking about a phone that is...
I like the red one.
Almost 5 years old.
Right.
And, okay, this is faster than that. And I understand what they're saying. Like, they needed to have a phone that they could say, yes, we're faster than some previous iPhone. Like, that's how you market things. But it feels like they kind of also did themselves a big disservice here by picking something that, because of circumstance, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot many years ago on this one decision, due to circumstances, it sounds really bad to say that it's, or it sounds bad to compare against an iPhone 8, because they just released the 13. When you look at that number, it just feels like a really, really big gap.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, it's less of a gap than it sounds like, but still, it sounds like such a big gap. And I think I would have just rather seen them at least say, this is comparable to an iPhone X. Or 10, however you want to say it. I don't know. It just feels weird that their comparison points have to be from far enough back that I don't know. It just seems too far back to be making that comparison.
Yeah, I guess. I guess just the fact that like their flagship chips have just made such massive strides in the past like 2 years that like I'm sure the A15 Bionic is really nowhere I mean, I haven't looked at the numbers. I assume it's not close to what they're putting in iPhone 13s, but yeah, I mean, but yeah, like I like the look of this phone. Again, I might get one at some point just for testing, but also just because I write about more than just Android now, so it would help to have like a somewhat basic understanding of how iOS is.
Yeah.
And my little SE is not that super enjoyable to use.
No, it's really a hard phone to use these days.
It's pretty old. And also you can really tell a lot of app developers don't really test on the 3.5 inch screen anymore. There's a lot of like cut off buttons in places.
Yeah. Well, supposedly Apple's automated stuff is supposed to prevent that from being a thing, but yeah, it obviously doesn't. No. It does not work at all.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. I like this red color, the product red that they do all the time, but it looks nice.
Yeah. I like Austin saying, according to Reddit, all the Pixel 6 Pro users are moving to an iPhone SE. Yeah, Reddit.
Look, I mean, it's
Reddit's adorable.
2/3 the price and probably 2/3 the software bugs. So,
compared to a Pixel 6 Pro, it's less than half.
Is it? I thought, isn't the Pro like 800?
It's about $900.
Okay.
Compared to a phone that's $440.
Oh, yeah, 430. Yeah.
Wait, $430? I thought it was $440.
$429, and that's $30 more than it was before. So, inflation.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? But yeah, it looks like a nice little phone. If I was in the iOS world, I'd probably be excited for that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not. But
yeah, I said it. I said it on the lead up to this event several times. This was obviously going to be a boring event for the iPhone, and they spent very little time, honestly, talking about the iPhone SE. Weirdly, they spent way too long talking about its specs. Like, it's so fast. It's this. It's that. It's like, guys, you're not convincing anybody here.
Right, like we all know, like even if like even your worst bin chip is going to outperform the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1.
Yeah.
we know this, but
Though
yeah,
I still maintain I don't care. As long
yeah,
as long as the
does
phone is fast enough and
yeah,
it's not dropping a ton of frames, I mostly don't care how fast it is. As long as I'm getting good battery life, and which is where the iPhone SE falls down.
yeah.
I don't
I know
care that
people
your chip
are
is technically faster.
I know people are bummed that the SE is keeping the original iPhone design instead of going with like the full screen with the notch. But honestly, the notch still looks horrific.
It
So
does. And
I'll take this if only because the uh the big home button is more fun to click, even if it's like not a real button anymore. And also, again, it gives my fingers a place to hold my damn phone,
yes.
which I cannot do with my current phones.
So, I've mentioned this before. My aunt, she is not a tech savvy person. She's not interested in being tech savvy. I'm
getting there.
Huh?
I'm getting to that point.
Yeah, I've gotten there a couple of times in the past too. I want to know. I'm always involved in stuff, but every once in a while, it's like, God, this thing that just came out, I just can't care. It's stupid. I don't want to do this shit anymore.
Give me the phone that has the camera and YouTube. That's fine.
Yep. But anyway, so she doesn't have much of an interest in any of this stuff, but for various reasons, I encouraged her to get an iPhone when it was kind of time for her to switch to a smartphone. And she's had plenty of learning curve difficulties with that anyway. But I showed her pictures of whatever. Anyway, I've shown her pictures of the iPhones that have that are full screen iPhones.
Right.
And I pointed out that they are larger screens, like they're physically larger devices. I've pointed out that they got rid of the home button and now use gestures, things like that. I pointed out some of the various details, and you could just read it on her face before she had to say it. She doesn't want that. She likes the home button. She likes a very tiny phone. She actually has this whole thing about how she doesn't even need this. She doesn't at all, but she really wants a phone that she can fit in her pants pockets. She does not want to learn how to use gestures. She wants a big home button because it's a thing that she already learned. She knows how to use it, and honestly, she doesn't even know how to use it all that well. Like she doesn't know that there's an app switch thing if you double click.
I think I would get along great with your aunt. You're just describing everything I want. Like, yeah. I have gestures turned off on my phone too. I got the big, big navigation buttons like God intended.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, she doesn't want to deal with that stuff, and I don't blame her. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm totally good with learning a new thing, at least when the new thing isn't botched and bad like Google's gestures are. But yeah, I want to use new stuff, generally speaking, and that's not really a thing for her, and I don't see a reason she needs to learn it. And to me, this is why Apple still makes this phone, because there is a group out there that is outright saying, no, please let us stick with this old thing that you made us like years ago. And it works. Also, hey, Curvy Mermaid, how's it going? And of course, also, hey to Austin. I didn't actually get to say hi earlier.
Kirby's asking, I guess, if I have a Galaxy S22. No, this is my S21. I did review the S22. That review, I think, is going up this weekend. I finished it like around last weekend, but that was when the Apple stuff was ramping up, so probably no one would have looked at it. So it's probably going up this weekend. But no, I'm back to my personal S21. But yeah, so yeah, SE looks good. Now, I guess the one everyone was excited for, or the most new thing out of the new things, was this new Mac Studio.
I like how you're just skipping over the iPad Air.
Oh, the new Air. Yeah, can you tell I just don't pay attention to iPads at all?
And I
Like
just,
I watched the event, and the only thought in my brain was like, oh, that kind of looks like they made it look like the Pro. That's it. That's the only thing that crossed in my brain.
yeah, I'm just gonna say I only had one observation about the iPad Air that has any significance at all, which was, okay, they put an M1 in there, so why again is anyone gonna buy a iPad Pro or any of the other iPad models? Just go get an Air, get yourself an M1, like you're done.
It's the people that fool them, like me, people that fool themselves into thinking a 13-inch iPad Pro, or however big they make them now, is fine as a laptop replacement. And I've been down that road multiple times.
I know people who still make that argument, and it's good because I don't need to respect their opinions.
Although I will say, my Galaxy Tab S6 has Lightroom, and my current laptop does not. So, a little bit of a point there, but yeah.
Okay, but that's kind of a cheater's point.
That is true. I am crippling my own computer by putting limits on it.
Also,
but I enjoy it.
I know some people debate this, but I feel like Lightroom on the iPad is not the Lightroom. It's not like it's missing a lot, but it is missing some features, and it does make a difference.
I will say, like, the reason why I haven't opened Lightroom on the computer in like over a year is just because Lightroom on a tablet, even my measly Android tablet, is really good. It's really nice to use it with a touchscreen and my stylus to like move the bars and stuff without my fat finger getting in the way and hiding the values of each slider. It is very nice to use. And I think there's only like one thing I used that was missing when they like first introduced the new Lightroom, like however many years ago. So I switched over pretty quickly. I'm not one of the like actual people who do photography for a profession that have like full locally backed up Lightroom catalogs and all their settings and everything. My photos are going on a website that just compresses the ever-loving shit out of them anyway, so it's not a huge deal for me.
Oh, good. Instagram.
Instagram might. I think Instagram it would be less destructive to my photos than our backend.
Oh, you're okay. Sorry, I didn't even realize you were talking about XDA. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's where my photos go.
You're right. Actually, that destroys them more. Though, if anyone's looked at what AP's site does, we butcher photos now. Oh my god, it's spectacular the level of terribleness we do to our own photos.
Next review, I will make a point to only take photos with my iPhone SE, and I will dare anyone to tell the difference.
Right. Actually, I want to do the mix challenge just for fun. Like, I'm going to take photos with my A7 III, and I'm going to take photos with my old AT&T Inspire 4G, and I dare anyone to tell the difference.
I mean, you could get away with it, absolutely. Like,
honestly,
with enough. I've made some really garbage photos look all right in Lightroom. Like, it doesn't even take that long. Bonus points if your phone has some implementation of RAW. That's just perfect.
Well, if I recall, not that these are great photos or anything, but wait, what the? God, I hate this. Anyway,
now I do remember at Android Police, and there might be one on XDA where I did take the majority of the photos with my phone, just because I was in a rush, and it was for something that like didn't need close-up photos. Like I think it might have been for like our router or something. So when you don't need like tight shots, you can't tell. I mean, you can tell if you know what to look for, but most people just see the picture and they go, "Oh, cool," and then they keep scrolling. So it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
But not. I know you're not watching the stream, and don't bother. It's not that good of a picture or anything. But like the picture I have up here, I'm fairly certain I actually took this using. I want to say it was a Nexus 4. I have to check. Could have been like a Nexus 5. It could have been like maybe the HTC One, the original. Like whatever the original one was called, but yeah, it's a decent looking shot, and it honestly, I could see somebody, especially certain people who have worked at one site and are now also moonlighting in another site. Corbin knows what I'm talking about. Who could have taken a review photo like this that's a little skewed and off angle and not looking great. Yeah, he's nodding his head. He knows what I'm talking about.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Sorry, inside joke that only some people will fully get. But the photo quality actually looks really good. It's just, I didn't have a dedicated camera at the time, or I don't think I did. So, yeah, you can get away with quite a bit with a smartphone.
Yeah, and Corbin Mermaid said, "I don't consider my iPad a laptop replacement, but it comes somewhat close. My MacBook Pro 14-inch doesn't have cell data on it, though. My iPad does." Yeah, that is a valid argument. That is why, like, occasionally I think about that it would be nice to have like a LT connected something like that, because that is just nice to turn it on wherever you are and not have to worry with tethering and hotspotting or whatever. But
yeah,
that's also more money. So
part of me, man, I just had this little trigger moment. And it's weird because I don't even care that much about this myself, but I had this little moment where I was a little triggered when during the event they were talking about the iPad Air, and they were giving it, like they were bringing 5G to it. And as they're talking about this, all I'm thinking is, golly, so you're adding wireless capability, or not adding, but you're upgrading the cellular capabilities of your tablet that is going to have the exact same chip that you have inside of your laptops, and you won't sell laptops with cellular capabilities.
Yeah, I
We're
am
not
very
even talking about a difference. Literally the exact same chip.
Yeah, given how receptive Apple has been to carriers recently, and again, given the fact that I think we're 2 years into the Apple Silicon age at this point. So I think pretty
close, yeah.
I think they started showing up like at the end of 2019 or somewhere in 2020. I don't remember. But
I believe
whenever
was the very, I want to say it was middle of 2020.
Okay. Well, either way, kind of surprised there have been no 5G Max yet. That is actually kind of surprising to me. Even just like having the hardware for it, like honestly, I could even see it potentially being a selling point for some desktops, like just as like a backup. Like if you're in some place with shoddy internet, keep a SIM card in your Mac or eSIM or whatever. But yeah, kind of surprised it hasn't happened yet, because like all the hardware's in there. And so they would just have to plug in a couple things, but
yeah. So Kirby said it, and I'm staring at a Wikipedia page I was going to add. So it was summer when the dev kits came out, but 2022 November 10th or sorry, 2020, November 10th was when the M1 was actually announced and open for sale. So, it's still a year and a half ish. I think that's, yeah, we're about a year and a half in. So, and they started with the MacBook Airs and the Mac Mini, then moved to the Mac Pro, or MacBook Pro, and what's it called? iMacs. So yeah, now we're into the new in-betweener device, which we'll get to in a second.
Right.
But I mean, they're even sticking this into the iPad. Like the iPad now, the two different models of iPad now have M1s. So I'm sorry, but
yeah, it is very weird. I don't know. Maybe that's something they just had like on the drawing board, is like, we will figure this out with the M2, and they just left it at that.
I mean, what's to figure out? At this point,
I don't know.
you literally just take the innards of your iPad and stick them into the display of your MacBook.
And I have to imagine, like, Verizon is just like foaming at the mouth at the ability to sell a MacBook Pro with 5G.
I don't know that they would sell the laptops. I think Apple would want control over that. But
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of a deal involved where they're still gonna, I mean, they're obviously still gonna sell cellular service. Like,
I think it would be like Best Buy, where they just, they have the laptop at their stores, and if you buy one, they'll like take it out of the box for you and help you connect it to their network, I think. But
oh god, that is the absolute last thing that I want to see happen. I do not want to hear about do that.
I would be like, give me the laptop. I will do this myself later. Don't touch my new computer.
Yeah. I don't want to hear anyone having their computer set up by a cell store employee. That just that there's a cringe level there that makes me feel actually uncomfortable. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about people who probably shouldn't be setting up your phone, but your phone is mostly idiot-proof at this point, and it needs to be for those idiots. I, of course, say this knowing full well that they're usually smarter than the average person that walks into the stores, but, I mean, seriously, guys. Just, they're not smart.
Don't touch my computer.
Yeah. Don't touch my computer, don't touch my phone. I had to actively pull my phone away from an AT&T store rep once, being like, no, I got this. Don't touch it.
I remember when the only time I've ever repaired a phone, because I take good care of my things, but the only time I ever had to get a phone repaired was my original Pixel. The battery was shit, and after having it for like 2 years, it was worse. And I had a trip coming up, and I didn't want to like be tied to a portable battery for the whole thing. So I went to iFixit, and I let them do the battery replacement. I think it was like $100 or 80 or something like that. It's like pretty cheap. And at some point they were like, okay, we need your lock screen password. I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
It's a battery replacement. You put the new battery in. And they were like, okay, like we don't need it, but we can't like do like this like guarantee thing that it's tested. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You're not getting into my phone.
Yeah.
Don't touch my phone, man. I'm paying you to put the battery in because I know you're good at that, and I'm not. But do not get in. You're not allowed in my phone.
Yeah, which is a pretty good instinct after those stories from last year about all the.
Oh yeah.
The Pixels, I guess it was that the refurb people were snooping around in. Like, yeah, that's not a good look, guys.
Yeah. And also like the stories that come out every like 2 months about Best Buy's people like digging through people's computers and saying stuff. Now granted, I don't have child porn on my laptop, so most of the stories that those are about would not affect me, but I still don't like people digging in my stuff.
Or, the random computer repair shops that apparently come or somehow receive laptops from political campaigns containing,
right.
I'm gonna stop there. You know where
Yeah.
this is going.
I know. Yeah, I know where you're going, and it's funny, but
Yeah, it's funny because people
yeah.
believe it. But anyway,
Speaking of funny things, this funny looking Mac.
wow, weird transition, but I'll take it. We'll take
Yeah, I saw. I couldn't like put my finger on why this was weird, but then I saw a tweet like last night that was just perfect. So have you seen the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie from like
a long time
2000
ago.
Yeah, it was like 2005. Okay, do you remember the Deep Thought computer from that movie?
Vaguely.
Okay, it looks exactly like this Mac. Like the big head like on the like little bot. It's exactly like this computer. If you look up like Deep Thought,
yeah, I'm looking it up
Hitchhiker's
right
Guide.
now.
Yeah, it's so close.
Okay,
I'll-
I can kind of see it.
I'll put the tweet that I saw if I can find it. Yeah, okay. I'll put it in your Discord. There it is. But yeah, it made me giggle for like a minute straight. It was a good tweet.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's the thing
Twitter
that
is
I
good.
pulled up.
Yeah, sometimes Twitter's good. But yeah, it's just a Mac Mini like stacked on top of itself. It's just like it's like a double. It's the double cheeseburger of the Mac Mini. Except it's got like more ports. I was reading The Verge published a article about like the premise was sort of just like Apple is now like actually listening to customers and not just like telling them what they want.
Yes.
And like that's been like they've been going in that direction for like a while now, so it's not totally like hot take, but it did have, you know, it did mention this as an example where, you know, there was a point where Apple was like, no, you're just getting USB-C and Thunderbolt if we feel like it.
Yeah.
And a headphone jack. Maybe if you've been a good boy for Christmas, you'll get a headphone jack. But this computer has all the ports. You know, the new MacBook Pros have more ports. So it's just nice. I mean, this even has USB Type A.
So, yeah, when it comes to the ports, cheers. I think they did generally a pretty smart thing with that.
The entire like back of the computer is either ports or cooling vents.
Oh my god,
which
their
is
site
how
is overloaded.
which
with
is
animation.
how a computer should be.
Okay, come on, just
Oh, I'm looking at here. I'll put in the Discord. I'm looking at Mac Rumors' roundups.
Oh, no. I know. I just wanted to hit Apple's website just to pull up the like perfect high quality photos, but Jesus Christ, it's such a mess. Anyway, so yeah, 4 USB-C ports, 3 of which what was that? That was weird. I know that they could hook up 4 displays to the USB-C ports, but one of them was somehow different, like it was less powerful. I don't know why. But I did remember them pointing out that 3 of them could be used for something or were faster in some way, and the last one for some reason was not.
Mac Rumor says there are 4 Thunderbolt 4 ports on the back, and then on the front there are 2 additional USB-C ports.
Yeah.
So back is Thunderbolt, front you're just getting normal USB.
Yeah, but I know that there was something about the 3 on the left and then the 4th one. Okay. Oh, maybe that was in the display. That could have been it. The display had ports on the back. I might be mixing those 2 up.
Maybe also, Thunderbolt 4 can be any one of like 30 different data transfer speeds.
Yeah,
so
no
maybe one of them is 40 gigabit per second. The others are like 10 or something. I don't know.
But yeah, then you've got Ethernet port because obviously, I mean, anything that is desktop-ish still should have an Ethernet port.
And it's also just really nice for tethering.
Yeah.
Or, sharing internet, whatever.
The power input, which is this. It is the weird Mickey Mouse ears style connector that the Mac Pros had for a long time. And forgive me for saying so, but guys, you have this really neat thing that you developed called MagSafe. Why not? Like, why not? You could just put that in. It would be okay. People would probably appreciate it.
So when my Mac goes flying off the desk, it doesn't yank the cable.
Yes, that's probably it. But
Yeah.
Yeah, guys.
Keeps getting away.
Guys, it would have been so easy just to make this a MagSafe thing. Which also that brings up a point I had when I was listening to this event. During their environmental segment, one of the things that they bragged about is that they were using all recycled rare earth magnets in this Mac Studio. Where the hell are the magnets? What magnets are used in this thing? I honestly, outside of, I'm sure the fans, but I'm kind of skeptical the fans are using rare earth magnets. And it doesn't have spinning discs. It's all flash storage, so there's no magnets there. I kept trying to think, like, where the hell are the magnets in this thing? It has no speakers, so no magnet for those, and again, probably wouldn't be rare earth.
It doesn't have any speakers?
I don't believe it does.
Okay.
Um,
I assume, like, I would assume it's the same as my ancient Mac Mini over here, where it technically has speakers, but you never want to use them.
Right. Yeah, this only mentions, well, this page that I'm looking at for the Mac Studio, they're also advertising the new display. The only time I see the word speaker mentioned in a search is in relation to the display, so I'm pretty sure this has no speaker.
Okay.
Though I guess I should check tech specs. Maybe it's mentioned there.
It doesn't matter.
I know, but it is of interest-ish. Audio, built-in speaker. So, okay, there's a speaker. Again, though, speakers don't have to use rare earth magnets. So I'm not...
Okay, so first of all, I believe when they got to this is exactly when the person at Firestone said my car was ready, and then I took it home. So I don't think I actually watched this part of the event live.
Well, they blew through it pretty fast.
Yeah, and number two, as soon as any company talks about environmental stuff on stage, my brain just shuts off. Like I've heard this spiel. You're still making new phones every single year, and I've just, nothing you say here will matters. So I'm just gonna shut my brain off and let it go back to the basic tasks I was putting off by paying attention to this.
Okay, I have to bring up the other thing that they bragged about, because they bragged about two things in their environmental impact notes.
Right.
And as I just said, I'm questioning where the hell there were even magnets, rare earth magnets in this thing, and maybe there are. That's fine. I'll buy that that's a thing. The other thing they bragged about was recycled solder. I'm not kidding. They bragged that their solder was recycled.
How much solder is in one of these computers?
That's what I thought.
If this, if we were talking about like a Commodore 64, that's probably a decent amount of metal in the computer.
Yeah.
But like,
and it's not like we're talking about the wiring in the keyboard or the pins. We're not talking about all the different actual components. We're just talking about the solder that's connecting stuff.
Yeah.
In a computer that is notoriously as minimal as it can be already, because everything's packed into like a couple of chips.
Right. Like that's the entire point of Apple Silicon, is that most of the computer is on a single die. So that's not going to have solder in it.
Yeah.
Unless you're interfacing with other components.
The amount of solder I'm thinking that they probably use for each one of these, and I don't think I'm exaggerating here, I bet it probably measures about as much as like half of a dime. if that.
Yeah. I mean, like, obviously it adds up, but still, it's like
Okay,
I.
it
This
does, except how many Mac Studios do you think they're going to sell?
right. This is the Mac Pro issue where Apple made a big deal that they were going to manufacture Mac Pros in America. And the only reason they were doing that, and the only reason it was just the Mac Pros, were because they were so expensive that the added cost of labor in doing work in a country that has some amount of workers' rights, not a lot. We're not the European Union over here, but we got a level above East Asia, and they could just eat the cost because it's a Mac Pro.
Yeah.
But then they ran into the issue where like they can't source components when they put together the machine in America, but all the screws you need are in Guangzhou. But
Yeah, it just
yeah,
felt
it's just
so weird for them to brag about two things that both of which are either possibly not even parts of these machines, or at least they're so minimal as to be trivialized. I mean,
again, like my brain just shuts off the second they go into just like the Apple TV. Like they start every presentation now with like 10 minutes of stuff on Apple TV. My brain's just off. I don't care.
yeah, I mostly agree. And so for context, I also watched, which was really listening with the occasional glances,
Right.
while I was driving yesterday.
Mhm.
I got this entire event while I was driving, which at multiple points I just had to pause it and kind of like mentally rant to myself, like, oh wow, did they really just say that? What's wrong with them? How dare they? But yeah, during the Apple TV preview segment, at a certain point I was just like, I'll come back and watch this when I'm in the mood to watch some TV movie trailers, but yeah, they don't need to be showing this stuff. And I forget who said it. I want to say Carson, but somebody made the joke that it's like going to the movies. You just have to spend like 10 minutes watching trailers before the show starts.
I made that joke on Twitter, but it's very likely millions of other people had
Yeah.
that same thought.
It's hard not to make that joke
Yeah,
at this
that's
point,
yeah.
because Apple do be like that.
I think the only people who would have not had that thought are the people who have not been back to the movies since COVID and just forgot what a movie theater was like. I think those are the only people who probably who didn't have my very unoriginal thought.
Very possibly, though I'm inclined to say I think a lot of people probably also like once they saw someone else say that before they got around to watching this, like at that point, yeah, you probably, everybody probably would have thought that just if given enough time. Yeah, so anyway,
the computer is very fast.
before
Like,
we get there, I wanted
yeah.
to quickly make final observations about the remaining ports. We kind of went left to right, ended on the power. Cheers to Apple for bringing back USB-A ports, even if kind of
Yes.
in the most flimsiest, not actually solving it way of bringing them back only on the desktops, because people really wanted them on the laptops. I'm not
Yeah,
complaining it's not back. I just think it's funny.
sometimes I would like to plug in a mouse. Sue me, right?
No
one makes USB Type-C wired mice. That's not a thing.
See, to me, I still look at that and it's like they're little tiny, barely there dongles that you can plug a USB-A into USB-C. Like, I don't care about this. You can buy like a pack of 2 or 3 for less than $10. It's fine.
I know. I have a lot of dongles. I probably need to load up on dongles. I'm getting low. I've lost a few.
Well, if you do end up getting a Mac,
Oh, Cody, I've been living the dongle life for quite some time now. Before, I have a Dell XPS, which has 3 USB-C ports and nothing else. Oh, and a micro SD card slot that is not very useful, and a headphone jack. That's it.
Yeah. Well, this right here between my fingers is the one that comes with the Pixels. I'm not sure, but I think every Pixel phone has come with one of these things. And so I have a few. And then I know Samsung, or I believe Samsung, also ships little plugs like this. Plus I have a couple more that I bought separately. Yeah, I'm good on this. I don't understand people's complaint, aside from the fact that honestly, the one that comes with the Pixels is a little too fat. That's annoying, but most people have these. I don't understand the complaints when people are like, oh my god, I can't plug anything into my computer. Bullshit. You can. Or you could, go buy a cable that you can plug in to the correct things at each end. Like, everyone who, all those YouTubers, I've wanted to do this for years. All those YouTubers who did the whole, oh my god, dongles. Like, they did the thumbnail with, like, snake's nest, just like torture test of tangled wires and crap. Like, all those YouTubers who did those thumbnails, I always wanted to do the, like, YouTuber 2017 or whatever dongle nightmare, and then me 2017 holding like 3 cables, all of which are just USB-C at one end. Like, I feel any sane person knew to do that. It was just YouTubers who needed to yell. Sorry, rant.
Yeah, they do need to yell sometimes. That is I need to yell sometimes. Like when Adobe won't make fucking Photoshop for my computer, I need to yell. But I do like having at least one USB-A port on anything, just because like there will always be this situation where like I'm trying to help someone with a computer issue or something, or like I need something off a flash drive and just none of my dongles are around. But yeah, like generally, once I bought, like you said, like I bought some like micro USB to C cables. I bought one for my microphone, which uses the cursed Type B connector. Like once I did all that, I'm not really having any issues. But I like it's like a headphone jack, right? Like on a phone, I mean, rather, where like I don't use it a lot. Just like Bluetooth is more helpful for a lot of situations, but I still want it there for the times when Bluetooth wants to be bad.
Yep.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, I'm with you on this.
I just want it to have it.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, yeah. But,
now,
so they got the. Go ahead.
Oh no! Well, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'm gonna expand on this USB-A thing. But
I was just gonna say it's right next to the USB port is HDMI, which is another thing of like, yes, you can dongle it, but it's just nice to have it there, especially on a desktop where like we're not really concerned about like how thin the laptop needs to be. Like, It should just have all the ports. Just give me all the ports. You can do it.
Okay, so I want to come back to the HDMI thing actually quite a bit, but as a quick final note on the USB-A thing, the thing I think is possibly most insulting about this is that they don't have that on the iMac. They could have put in USB-A ports and they didn't. Like that is, and maybe they will go back someday, but I doubt it.
That iMac just perplexes me.
Yeah, kind of.
Like, first of all, if I bought one of those iMacs and now I see Apple's making this, I'd probably be a little bit peeved. Just because, like, I'm pretty sure they can shove this, what are they calling it? M1.
The Ultra, the Max,
M1.
Pro.
Yeah, M1 Ultra. They could shove, like, the Mac, which so I guess this follows the entire history of the iMac, which was we're putting laptop parts in a desktop because that's all we can do thermals for.
Yeah.
So I understood that back in the Intel days, but now they can put an M1 in an iPad. It was kind of weird that they released the iMac like before the better M1 chips were really ready. So I'd be kind of upset if I had bought a Mac before this, and now this is out. But yeah, like it's another example of that. If like probably should have had one of the better chips, should have had more USB ports. Although the port situation on the iMacs has just been horrific since day one.
It really has been.
I've used, right, like I remember like I have my iMac G4 somewhere around here. That's also horrible. Like it's always in the back. It was bad when they switched to the front panel design that they have now with the G5, where now I'm reaching like under the computer and like trying to figure out where it is. So I guess iMacs are just cursed to never have good connectivity, apparently.
Yeah. So speaking of, and I'm going to take an opportunity and skip past the HDMI port and come back to it. But speaking of reaching under or around, I can't help but point it out. I saw this during the presentation, and it just drove me nuts. The headphone jack is on the back of the fucking computer. Why?
Okay.
No, you can put it, they put ports on the front. If you're already agreeing that the front can have crap hanging out of it, put the headphone jack in the front.
I think there should be two.
Yes,
I think
that
one on
works
the
too.
front, one on the back. I think if I'm only going to have one, I would still rather it be on the back, just because with this computer, I'm probably going to have external speakers, and those are probably going to plug into the headphone jack.
Right. And I get that, and I accept that as a fair argument. It will depend, because I know some people will never attach speakers to this, especially if you work in the so-called studio setting that they're advertising this for, where it's going to be lots of people. In that scenario, you definitely want the headphone jack in the front. If you are working in your house alone, or maybe you happen to share music taste with a bunch of other people, I don't know, maybe then you want it in the back for speakers. But yeah, put a headphone jack in the front. I'm good with that 100%. But what the hell, guys, there's so many scenarios where this definitely does not need to be in the back.
Yeah, and also it's kind of in a danger position where they put it right next to the power. So how many times is someone going to reach around to like plug in their headphones and accidentally turn the computer off?
To be fair, you probably have to press that pretty hard, and if you're remotely competent about how you plug in the headphone jack, you probably won't have this problem, but it's going to happen to somebody.
But yeah, so
okay, so
ports.
returning to the HDMI port.
Okay.
Or did you have more on the?
I have nothing.
So HDMI port. One thing, it's hard not to call this out. You can connect 5 freaking displays to this thing. 4 USB-C, USB-C. No, I'm saying that right. USB-C Thunderbolt 4 ports.
Right.
And then 1 through the HDMI, which part of me was just thinking, oh, that poor HDMI display. This is the one bastard display that's always going to have like the not as good a refresh rate. It's not going to have as much data.
Right.
It's always going to be a little weaker.
This is the DVI port on every modern graphics card.
Yep.
Like you're getting the shit monitor, buddy. We got the display port connectors for the good stuff, and you're getting the VGA monitor from 2005 that I still want for Slack.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, I get it. This is you didn't want to pay for an extra dongle so that you could have USB-C to HDMI. That's fine. I get that. Yeah. It does just feel a little funny though, because that most people will probably either never use this, or they're only going to use it literally to like have that one monitor off to the side that's going to be their TV that they put on while they're working.
Yeah. Or it's again like the like USB-A, where okay, I'm taking this computer to somewhere and I don't know what monitor they'll have when I get there.
I was thinking that, and I mostly agree, except for one thing. You're never going to do that with a Mac Studio. I am sure
Yeah.
there's someone out there.
Probably
There's
not.
some a-hole who's going to show up to a conference someday and like, all my slides are on this computer.
Right.
Everyone's going to look at them like, oh, you are such an asshole.
And then they need to dig up the VGA adapter, because
God.
that's what every projector on Earth has.
True.
And only VGA.
But yeah, I'm sure someone out there will do it, but it's going to be so few. And it's not like a company out there is even going to say, oh, hey, here's our conference room. We're going to put in a computer
Right.
to run stuff. Let's pay $2,000 or more to make it a Mac Studio. No one's going to do that. They're going to stick it in a cheap Mac Mini, if that.
I can maybe I think that something that will happen, but it will be exceedingly rare.
Yeah.
Just because, like, especially for the moment, this is the most powerful M1, like Apple Silicon Mac. So there will be the people, like, I remember it was like MKBHD or someone kind of like did a thing that got some notoriety, where they just like brought a Mac Pro or whatever to every tech event, because like at that time that was like the fastest way you could render video.
It was MKBHD, yes.
Okay, yeah. So like I'm sure it's like something like that will happen occasionally, but yeah. And again, like if you're doing that, you probably have some display dongles.
Yeah.
But well, and also the thing with you were mentioning the maximum displays. Really at that point, that's kind of just software, or like how many data lanes are on the port, because like all of these Thunderbolt ports, or I don't know if all of them, but at least some of them, like you can daisy chain stuff. So I don't know what the like, so like the limit at that point is just how many data lanes do you have on this processor to handle all these monitors. But like Apple's saying, this supports up to 4 6K Pro Display XDR monitors. And at the same time, you can have one 4K over HDMI.
Yeah.
So like you can a lot of monitors. You're not going to be starving for pixels here.
Yeah, which wow. I will give it the wow.
I have
It's legitimately cool.
Yeah, I like when it works.
Yeah.
Which is not always certain with Thunderbolt, but like when it works, it's really cool. Like I bought this this Lenovo portable monitor thing a couple months ago, because when I go to my mom's house, I want to be able to work efficiently, so I don't have to work as long. And part of that is like having enough space for what I'm working on. And that's difficult on a 13-inch laptop, as we've discussed. So, but like this display is kind of cool because it's one of these modern ones that's just entirely USB-C. So like on this monitor, there's a USB port that's for power and display. So I just plug this into my laptop, and it powers it and everything. And there's another USB port, so I can, like plug my charger into this, and then it daisy chains and powers my laptop, or charges my laptop, and other stuff like that. So like that is like really cool. It's very cool when it works, because you're like, this is great. I just, it's just one cable doing all this stuff. But it is, Thunderbolt and USB, which are not the most consistent technologies on the planet.
Yeah.
But
so overall, obviously I have no objection to the fact that they're saying, hey, you can connect up to 5 displays. Objectively, that is cool. But man, it feels like a flex of the weirdest kind, because almost no one is ever going to do this.
Yeah, it's a flex, and it's also just like, I think it's one of the more, I guess, useful metrics with like these workstation class graphics, because like, with like, no one's gaming on a Mac, first of all, but also like no one's gaming on a $3,000 workstation computer. So in that scenario, you want, okay, how long does it take me to render something in Blender, and how many large resolution monitors can I have?
Yeah.
Those seem to be like the two main metrics here.
Well, that's actually something I spent a little more time than I probably should have thinking very much about a question like that. As I was driving, I got very caught up in the one question, and I want to be clear, my opinion on this does not sound like the way I'm about to phrase this, but who the fuck is this computer for?
This was brought up a lot, where like this is a Mac Pro basically.
Oh yeah.
Which is not for many people. Which is why it was so surprising to me. Like this was the point where I think I came back from my car being fixed and I was back at my computer, where they got to the part where they're like, now we've updated our entire computer lineup with Apple Silicon except the Mac Pro, which we'll get to later.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. Because, watching this, I'm like, okay, this is the new Mac Pro. Like, it's not expandable like the MacBook, like the Mac Pro is. Like, you can't put in a new graphics card or whatever. But, I wasn't expecting that with Apple Silicon. And then they were like, oh, we're still doing a Pro. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So, this is, I guess this is more like...
Okay.
There isn't really a comparable thing. Because, Apple did this a little bit with the iMac Pro, where they kind of had an offshoot Pro thing that was also not for everyone, but that was way worse.
Yeah,
that was not a good computer.
It was not. I mean, it was a good computer, but it was a poorly thought out product.
Yeah, that was their we need something newer than the trash can.
Yeah,
computer. The people with trash cans keep coming to us and say, where's our new computer? We don't have an answer for them.
Somebody forced out a product because they knew that they had a good display. They wanted to put that into something. They knew they wanted to charge more for a computer, and they wanted something that could be a status symbol, but they didn't figure out how to make something that was actually going to really be a good ideal product for customers. At least not at a price point that would make sense, which I know even as I say that, we're talking about Apple. Price point making sense is kind of not a thing, but let's move on from that. But so the thing I kind of got caught up on as I was watching this presentation, there are people out there who have made a very clear point of saying, you know what, I have a MacBook Pro, one of the new M1 Pro or Max chips. I can already edit 4K RAW without frame drops. And I can edit 8K RAW. Probably with some frame drops, but not bad. That is a thing already. And it's granted, there are definitely video editors out there, and especially when you get into VFX. Obviously, if you're editing a Marvel movie, you're probably going to need a little bit more power than what the M1 Pro or Max are going to put out. But the number of people who need the power out of the new Ultra, and really just the power out of this particular device, I started sitting there going okay, who's left? And it's not that I in no way, and like I said, this is the part of my opinion. It sounds like I'm maybe complaining that Apple put this out. That's not it at all. Cheers, good job, guys. Yay, put out something.
Yeah,
awesome.
This is a good problem to have, where your entry level computers are enough for 80% of people, and then your one step above entry level is fine for 98% of people.
Yeah, and at this point, all anyone's gonna say is, well, I have crazy big Blender scenes that I want to be able to edit without switching between high and low quality mode. I have I have so many polys in this scene that we can't count them anymore, and I've got stupid crazy textures, all of which have reflective surfaces. Okay, I can understand, you need this box, but honestly, we're to the point that most video editors have already said, oh no, cheers, I was good with the laptops. Yeah, and that's what I brought up when I think the price dropped I was talking to people in the
XDA Slack, and I've said like this computer is basically just for like Pixar animators.
Yeah.
That's it. Like everything,
Yeah, there are a bunch of serious, hardcore, big-time video editors who are looking at this going, okay, well, this is the thing I actually now have to tell my work they need to buy for me.
Right.
Other than that,
I was having this conversation with you before we started. Like, I was telling you, like, I would probably be fine with a MacBook Air, like, and I do like a little bit more intensive workloads than like a normal people does with their computers. Like, I have a lot of Chrome tabs open. I'm doing a little bit of programming, but like their entry level laptop is fine for me.
Yeah.
I probably, again, I haven't used it, but like it's comparable to like every Ultrabook I've ever used. So
yeah. So
yeah, I do think that the vast majority of people buying this computer will not be the people who need it.
Oh,
they just want like the best Mac, which, like, that's cool. That's your money.
Well, I was just gonna say, I guarantee this is going to be the new YouTube Flex. Every YouTuber that needs to show how much money they're getting or how into tech they are, they're going to have one of these in the background of every one of their shots.
Right. And it's like, it's also like not, I'm trying not to like be a corporate shill, but like the pricing on this is not like absolutely obscene. Like $2,000, that's about how much you're paying for like a good gaming PC at this point. Like with
which, by the way, I want to bring that up too, but go ahead.
Which like, partially because of GPU shortages, but like even before then, a top end Nvidia card alone is like $800, $1,000, even before all this started. So, the entry level one, like that's not like out of reach really. If you're like already like, okay, I'm gonna spend too much money on a computer that will last me, 8 to 10 years, whatever. So, it's not terrible. And also this computer is also in a little bit of a weird place because there's not like, now Apple doesn't really have like a mid-range desktop at this point. They have the Mac Mini, which just had like
sorry to cut you off, but I feel like the Mac Mini, it's not like it's dirt cheap or anything, but I feel like it starts as a mid-range computer.
Yeah, but like as far as like their chip lineup goes, like the current Mini, you can buy. I checked this yesterday. You can buy the Mini right now with their regular M1 chip, which is now in an iPad Air, right? Or they still sell the Intel ones, I assume, because just some people, still need Intel for some workloads. They want to use Boot Camp, whatever. And that's it. So if you want like a desktop Mac, you're buying that, or you're buying an iMac, which has that same M1 chip that's now in an iPad Air. That costs like $300. I don't know how much.
Well, strictly speaking, it's not the same. There's the M1,
right?
Then you get into the Pro and the Max. But yeah,
well, I don't even, but like I don't think you can get a Mini with like the Pro or anything.
Oh no, you can't get the Mini. I think you can get the Maybe I'm wrong.
The iMac.
I think you can get an iMac with more.
I will check.
I'm looking it up right now too.
I want to say the iMac came out before they.
It might have, yeah.
Announced any of the upgraded M1 thingamabobs.
It looks like it did.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
They have the 3 options here on their website, and they all say M1.
Yeah.
With the 8 cores. Yeah.
So, yikes. That means that they're definitely due for an update on this.
Right. Yeah. So like now they're in this weird spot where like you either buy a iMac or a Mac Mini with their cheapest chip, or you buy this, which is like there's like $1,000 difference between those 2 options.
1,300, but yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, that's considering what power levels you're probably looking at. That's not insane, but yeah.
Yeah, I know there's also the issue. Or
need
like,
to make a Mac Mini with an M1 Pro. I think that's
Right.
really the thing. They just need
Yeah,
to
but-
release one version with the Pro and be good with it. Because
and then you have your tiers.
yeah. And you don't
But,
even need
yeah.
to throw the or not the Ultra, but the Max. You don't even need to throw the Max into a Mac Mini. You just need to be able to go to a Pro, and I think most people would be happy.
Yeah.
But
So this is a little bit of a weird thing now, where Apple's progressing so fast in chipset development now that, like, you know, the Mac Mini they released 2 years ago. I don't even know if it was 2 full years ago. It's the 2020 Mac Mini, but I don't know when in 2020 that was. But like, that's now pretty old in M1 land.
yes.
Whereas, you know, in the before times, like half the articles on Mac Rumors were like, oh, you know, Apple might refresh this computer in like 3 years whenever Intel has like a worthwhile upgrade, like whenever their new chip isn't like 2% faster than the one that's already in it. And now it's like, okay, hold on a second. Now we need to do like quarterly updates on all the computers.
Yeah, it looked really, really bad how their upgrade cycle was going. Now you can tell they're sitting in that position of we'd love to update faster. We just can't. Like, our own throughput is our limiting factor, which is an interesting change.
Yeah.
But by the way, just for note, I have it up on the screen, but the cheapest that you can get into an M1 Ultra is $4,000.
Okay.
Or wait, sorry, I take that back. I looked at this earlier and I totally spaced it. Sorry, it is $3,800. You can get the cheapest version of the Mac Studio and upgrade to the lowest end Ultra for an extra $1,800.
Yeah.
Which sounds insane, but at the same time, honestly, that's not that bad. When you compare it to,
I mean, yeah. I mean,
honestly,
like, that's
if you
what
compare it to a pretty well upgraded MacBook Pro, that's not much more expensive.
Yeah, and now, like, you know, a lot of the historic issues of this Mac Mini form factor aren't an issue. Like, you know, like, again, the Mac Mini had the same problem the iMac did, where they were trying to shove computer parts into a tiny frame, so it was shit at cooling, so it, you know, overheated and, you know, thermal throttled a lot. That's not really an issue as much with the Apple Silicon chips. And technically speaking, these are all mobile processors.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not like like my Mac Mini back there, it has the laptop Core i5 from like 8 years ago. But now these are all phone chips, basically, just very scaled up. It's a very, very weird world.
Yeah, it is a very strange scenario to be in, which I honestly, it makes you wonder so much what a Mac Pro is even going to be like. If they're still coming out with a Mac Pro, by the way, okay, this brings up one of my complaints about their marketing for the Mac Studio, but also one of the things, and I think this will be the only really good argument for Mac Pro when it happens. One of the things they advertised or said was customers wanted modularity. And as they were saying this, all I could think in my head was, wait a second, are they actually going to have like anything that you can install into this thing? Like, will you be able to plug in cards or something? No, of course not. Their only concept of modularity is you could pick what display goes on this. That's how this is different from an iMac, is you can pick your display. And it's like, guys, that's not modularity. That's just literally a display.
That's just better. Like, I hate to do this line, but like, that's just better for like the environment and using your devices for longer. Because like, what happens when I have an iMac Pro and I decide I want a 6K monitor? Oh, well, time to buy an entire new computer.
Yeah.
and toss this one out.
Yeah, and vice versa. Like if you've got a monitor you really like, but it's like, hey, I had this one computer, I kind of want to get the latest and greatest, even if I'm upgrading just like 18 months later. All right, cool. I can sell just the brains and keep the display. There's no reason you need to upgrade displays every few years. So yeah,
I've had this exact same ultra-wide monitor for like 5 years, and it's still totally fine, and I'll probably keep using it until it just dies. It's fine.
I'd very much love to replace mine, but other things need to come first, like a chair that's not broken.
That's good.
But yeah, this leaves me wondering, is the Mac Pro, is that going to be the one remaining thing? Because that was one of the big complaints with the trash can Mac Pro. It came out and everyone's like, but there's nowhere for us to put in external cards. Like, guys, that was what made this important. And then that's why they returned to the trash can, or sorry, not trash can, but the cheese grater Mac Pro.
Cheese grater. Yeah.
Good old cheese grater. But yeah, people have external cards that they need to add, and it's not common anymore. It's definitely a niche use case, but it happens and it matters, and that's why people will spend a absurdly stupid number on a Mac Pro, because they need something where they can stick in this one peripheral card.
Right. And yeah, I am, because again, like, I was watching this when I wasn't driving my car home, and I was like, okay, this is the new Mac Pro. Like, this is just what they're doing. Like, I half expected, like, just them to, again, make it not modular at all, because that's been Apple's MO for the past couple years, or past decade.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, like, if I was a company who really cared about, upgrading computers and keeping them around for as long, I'd probably be upset right now, but I'm not one of those people. So that's what I expected from Apple. And then they got to then we're like, oh, we're doing a Pro. It's like, okay. So yeah, I am very curious how expandable a Apple Silicon Mac Pro will be, because it goes against the entire, like, just ARM design in general, right? Where you have not ARM specifically, but just a system on a chip, right? Mm-hmm. And everything Apple's been doing has been integrating stuff on the chip. Like, there's not even discrete RAM and video memory anymore. It's just all the same pool of RAM.
Yeah.
So, like, like, the storage is on that chip too. So, will it just be like this, but with a extra PCI card slot if you want to use your own GPU, and, like, NVMe slots for adding storage? Is that what they're going to do? Or are they, like, actually going to just, move the storage off? Because, like, also all that stuff being on the same chip, that's what is making this so fast.
Right.
And also at this point, we're getting to the level, especially by the time presumably an Apple Silicon Mac Pro would come out, and I assume this is going to be more powerful than the M1 Ultra. Like, it's getting to the point where there's not a whole lot of competing graphics solutions here. Like, we're getting up to what AMD's best GPUs can do, what NVIDIA's best GPUs can do. Although I know there's other factors there where maybe you want multiple GPUs, especially like for AI workloads and that kind of stuff. So I know there's a use for it, but it would definitely get into diminishing returns.
Okay, and I'm going to call out the potentials here. I think the biggest one is, and
for the record, I very much like upgradability and expandability in my computer. So I'm not trying to say, like, fuck all these, screw these computers that let me change the hard drive in them. I was very upset when I realized that Dell soldered the RAM in my laptop. Yeah. So I can't upgrade it.
So Mac Pros, and you mentioned hard drive, that's one of the things I was just going to say. There are absolutely still reasons to put spinning disks into computers. They're fewer and farther between, but it is still stupidly cheap. You can,
or just more internal storage, like
yeah,
a Mac with a couple NVMe drives
sure,
would be helpful.
sure. But when we're talking about a Mac Pro at that level, chances are you're just dealing with some unbelievably large amount of like video footage or
Right.
just big ass data files that you need to be able to keep stored fairly cheap, and you don't want to stick it onto a network or server situation or even like an attached RAID array kind of thing. But so I think that's part of it, just being able to stick in spinning drives. Another part of it is GPUs with special features, and by that I mean let's say that a GPU comes out and it is very keenly designed for, let's say, VR purposes, or it has like
just
the thing that just was a thing 2 years ago was ray tracing suddenly exploded as the new thing that everyone hyped up. Obviously, like Cyberpunk pushed that narrative, which, oh my god, what a mistake that was, but they tried. So,
or like Nvidia cards and Bitcoin mining. There's these cards are optimized for all sorts of things. Maybe other cards can't do as well.
Did you read that Apple's M1 was somebody did some sort of pricing calculation and figured out if they could get an M1 without all of the stuff that you'd have to buy with it, so to speak, like actually get it. Get an M1 Max was where I saw this math done. If you could get an M1 Max without having to buy the actual laptop that it came with, then it was something like 2 times more cost efficient than if you got Nvidia's best graphics card.
Doesn't shock me at all.
Yeah.
Also, because Nvidia has been like what I thought you were gonna say when you rudely interrupted. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, don't make me slap you.
What I thought you were gonna bring up is Nvidia was hacked over the weekend.
Oh, no.
And this hacking group, one of their demands for not releasing more data, which was like apparently like a lot of like private data on their employees, which isn't great. Is like they wanted Nvidia to unlock all the firmware stuff on their graphics cards that limit mining ability.
Assholes.
Like throttle their own cards when they're mining, because this is the only way they can keep GPUs in stock even a little bit anymore, is to like figure out what exact processes that you need for cryptocurrency mining and just throttle the shit out of that. I'm sure Apple has none of those limitations in place on their M1.
Actually, I doubt they have any, but they have a built-in limitation: Apple tax.
Right.
They're already doing fine with this in their own distinct way.
Right. No. None of the mining farms that you see pictures of have like Mac Minis lined up on a wall.
Which brings up actually one of the other topics that and this isn't really a topic, I just want to throw this in as an aside, but many years ago I remember there being a business, and maybe it's still around, I just haven't heard of it in a long time. There was this business called Mac Mini Colo. For those who know anything about servers, colos that's a short term that they use for basically a company or individual can send a computer to a place, that place then takes a computer, hooks it to the internet, and it is basically your server to do with as you choose, but it is now connected to like an actual legit connection point to the internet, not just someone's home. Anyway, Mac Mini Colo was particularly popular, as the name would very obviously imply, for the fact that they stored Mac Minis, and you could actually like buy the Mac Mini straight from them or rent one or whatever. I have a feeling that business, the moment that they saw this announcement, they had to be just sitting there rubbing their hands together like, oh, we're in it, baby. We're going to be pushing these things so hard because this, let's be honest, I've been waiting for the day that someone would say, we can finally use M1s as servers. Like legitimately, it would become power and cost efficient in various ways to use them as servers. And I'm looking at this thinking, yep, this is the one. This is that piece of hardware where people are going to actually want to use it for server purposes.
I do wonder if when they, because I was looking at the Mac Pro a little bit yesterday just to check some pricing, and they do still sell the Mac Pro. They sell it in the cheese grater, and then they have a rack mounted cheese grater.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they would do that for whatever Apple Silicon Pro comes after. But yeah, like especially because ARM has been, honestly, it seems like ARM has been gaining more traction on the server side than the desktop side even.
Yep.
Like past couple of years, I think.
Well, it kind of had to. Like there was nowhere to go but up when you're starting at zero. But yeah.
Right. Especially when like most of the server industry for like 20 years was super hyped because Intel was going to come out with these fancy new Itanium chips that were going to blow everyone's socks off, and then that turned out to be the biggest waste of time and money in computer history. So we've just been like powering on with Xeons for this whole time. But yeah, and especially like if I was running one of those server farms or whatever, I'd be hyped to sell these to people because like, oh, my power bill's going way down the more people have these instead of Intel rack mounted cheese graters or Core i7 minis.
Yeah. And this is going to be trendy as hell. Everyone's going to want to be doing this for all the different reasons. And lower heat output, higher or lower power usage, just all the functional advantages that this thing's going to have over that. I mean, this is just blowing away the Mac Pro in terms of performance, which they couldn't stop themselves from talking about how much this is blowing away the Mac Pro. Yeah. I'm sorry, but it's.
I hope Microsoft gets in on M1 Ultra subs, because one of my issues right now with my Nexus Tools application, which is an installer for ADB and Fastboot and other Android stuff, and I switched it to run as a Dart command line application last year. So it's not a bash script anymore that I was like struggling to keep working, because fun fact, like every computer has a different version of bash, and Apple was using like a decade old version for way too long. But so now it's Dart, which makes everything a lot easier for me to manage, but it's a native application now, so I got to compile it. So I switched my, or I can still compile it by myself, but I set up GitHub Actions, which are fantastic for compiling this. So like, for example, a couple weeks ago, Nexus Tools broke, and I found out it was because Google updated the zip file for the files, and I don't know what they did to this file, but it would not open with the library I was using for decompressing these files. So I needed to like revert back to the last zip file so that everyone trying this wouldn't just like get nothing, and I could just change the line and then hit a button, and that was it. It GitHub all for me. GitHub spun up a Linux VM, compiled the Linux version. It spun up a Mac, compiled it for Mac, and spun up a Windows VM and compiled it. And I just dropped the files in the right place, and that's it. I'm done. However, GitHub still does not have any M1 Mac at all. Like I am signed up for alerts on the GitHub issue for this, because like the main issue, like one of my issues now is Nexus Tool, because I'm only compiling it for Intel Mac. You need Rosetta to run Nexus Tools, which is kind of silly, because you're using it for like a couple seconds most of the time. Like a lot of people aren't running this again to update stuff later, and I'd like it to be native. Just for that reason, it's kind of annoying. Also because I didn't know that some Macs ship with Rosetta off, or I think that's the default, but like Rosetta just doesn't work at all in like there was an issue in like some countries. I guess maybe there was a
Hmm.
like a patent issue or something where like they couldn't. Anyway,
I feel like that's probably something in Germany. It's almost always
maybe,
Germany.
maybe or yeah, but like I didn't know that like Rosetta wasn't enabled by default on Mac on the ARM Mac. So like I had to add in more logic to be like check if Rosetta is on, and if it's not, tell the person they got. So anyway, there's like a lot of stuff there where I just like to take out that whole extra step. But I can't do that because I don't have an M1 Mac, and GitHub doesn't have a M1 server for me to use for 15 seconds to compile. So I hope they get on that.
Yeah. Well, hey, like I've said before, anytime you need, just let me know.
Yeah. Well, you're not. You're not. You won't be ready in like 3 seconds like GitHub is.
True enough.
So there's that, but. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't have anything to particularly add on to that, but I do have to throw, and I know everyone has said this. This is the take that keeps on giving. But yo, Intel, where you at, boys? Mm-hmm. You gotta come up with something here, because holy crap, like. It was what, a month or so ago that, maybe a little longer than that, Intel pops out with a processor and like, this is their top of the line processor, and it's like, no, see, we can kind of keep up. Mm-hmm. And Apple shows up now and it's like, yeah, but can you parallelize 2 massive chips? Because we can. This is so bad.
And it like, it really sucks because I don't want one company to be the only option for a fast processor.
Especially the most exclusive, pedantic, controlling company on the market.
Right. Like I want to cheer for Intel and AMD. Like first of all, I own AMD stock, so I want AMD to do well.
Okay.
So there's that. But like, there's the controlling part. There's also the issue where Intel, at least as far as I know, I'm not like super tuned into the manufacturing industry, so I might be wrong here. But as far as I know, Intel is like really the only company that's like really trying to make their chips in places that are not Taiwan. Which is really important right now.
Yeah.
Because we're having a global chip shortage, because every computer chip in the world apparently comes from Taiwan. So when Taiwan has geopolitical stability or a drought, just a drought, like everything is screwed up.
I mean, that's just the opposite of when our storage nightmare happened when Thailand got flooded.
Right. Yeah. Like, hey guys, this is important. Like, do not put all your eggs in one basket, guys. I know TMSC is really good. I know they can make really good chips, but we need some more people here. But like Intel, they have, they're one of the only other like CPU fabricators besides like TMSC and those groups over there. And they have factories elsewhere. They're building like more factories in America because I'm sure our government gave them a lot of money to do that. Just like they gave a lot of money to who was it that built the empty factory in Ohio?
Elon Musk. No, I'm kidding. Not far from it. But...
I think it was some Chinese company. I want to say Huawei, but it was not Huawei. I think it was TCL.
I honestly have no idea. I don't remember this one. But if you want just the easiest throwaway example, just talk about the highway to nowhere up in Alaska. Like, it's that same thing, or same concept. They gave some money, and someone's like, "Sure, we'll find a way to use it. It doesn't matter that we use it."
David Lama said Foxconn. It was Foxconn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Foxconn was building a big factory. They said they would build a big factory in the U.S., and then that got trimmed down to like offices, and then that got trimmed down to we built an empty building.
Yeah,
that's what happened. Yeah. But Yeah, so like I like what Intel is doing, where they're starting to use TMSC and other companies more, but they're still trying to build up their own chip fabrication. It's taking them forever, right? I don't know how long they've been like trying to make the 7 nanometer Intel Core CPUs or whatever they've been aiming for, but it's taking forever. That's part of the issue. But they are more diversified, and whereas AMD, I believe, uses TMSC for basically everything.
Really quick. Sorry, I have to. It's TSMC.
TSM. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling I was getting that wrong.
I've heard you say that that alphabet soup, I think, 3 different ways.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just figured I'd get that in there.
Okay.
TSMC.
Yeah. TSMC, good. But yeah, like I like that Intel generally is trying to stick to their own chip fabrications, and they aren't, again, relying on this one single company that also makes the rest of the world's chips.
Mm-hmm.
So, I want them to do good, but they're just not. And AMD is doing better because I don't think they fabricate their own CPUs at all like Intel does. I think they also use other companies for that. So yeah, like I want Intel to do good. AMD is decent, but again, like it's x86. So far, they haven't really shown an interest in making anything based on ARM, even though Radeon has a lot of interconnected history with what's the graphics stack on ARM chips? You know what I mean. It doesn't matter, but
yeah.
Like there's a lot of history, and then they occasionally get asked if they're interested in making ARM
Adreno
products. Adreno, yeah. And they seem to shrug it off. Like again, like AMD is a huge company, but also like it takes a lot of their resources just to remain slightly competitive with NVIDIA. So I understand from a business perspective why they're not also trying to branch off into a completely different computer architecture that maybe won't make them money. But
yeah.
So again, like I want Intel and AMD to compete. I don't want to like sit here and laugh at them and go, "Ha ha, you can't do it, Intel. Go suck an egg."
Yeah.
But like it's really hard not to.
Well,
and it's frustrating because again, like you said, Apple limits everything to their own software and hardware. There is no I cannot buy an M1 laptop that runs Linux. So
well, give that a few more months and that might actually be a thing legitimately.
Right.
But not out of the box running Linux, but you'd be able to install
right.
it is what I mean.
They don't they don't make chips for anyone else.
Yeah. So oh man, I had like 6 thoughts spawning off of that whole thing. But really quick, David did point out apparently the building is not empty anymore. They're going to use it for food dye, which
oh good.
Wow.
That's not what that was going to be used for.
Yeah. But anyway, this is that classic problem with anytime you say we want competition in the market, mixed with kind of the problem that happens when you have sort of balanced competition. Like when you have completely balanced competition, let's say 3 companies that are all basically staying at roughly the same level, the problem is they all progress at that same rate, and that same rate is always kind of slow unless it's a brand new product. I mean, obviously we could point to iOS versus Android, and they stayed competitive at roughly equal levels, and they did it for many years while still having a lot of fast advancement. That's a bit of a different scenario.
Right, like on a software level, Android and iOS have kind of been like at the same rate.
Yeah.
Like usually the features get added like within 1 to 2 years of each other.
Yeah, and one might kind of leap ahead of the other for a little while. I mean, there was definitely a short period in time that, like 2-year period where I would say objectively iOS was just stomping Android, and counter to that, I think there was about a 2.5 year period where by any objective standard, Android was just ripping apart iOS. But otherwise, they've always been close enough that someone could reasonably point to one and say, here are the things I like about this, point to the other, and it's like, but I'd also like the things in this. And those arguments
like at the
solid.
Like at the very start, iOS had something called a consistent design language. And Android didn't get that until Ice Cream Sandwich. So
it also had a more reliable phone app, but we don't need to pick that stuff apart.
And the ability to take screenshots.
Yes. Oh God. But yeah, so the thing is, when it comes to the chips, I was definitely rooting for Apple to do well with the M1 for one very big reason, because it is the swiftest kick in the ass for everybody else to really ramp it up. They have to do something if they want to stay competitive. So I'm rooting for things like this. I want to see the disruptive qualities. I want to see Apple come along and ship a computer chip that is by any current metric bordering on a supercomputer in a mobile chip. I mean, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it almost isn't. I mean, we can't name very many computing processes anymore that are not reasonably accessible with just an M1 Ultra. Like at this point, we're almost there. Video editing out. Blender at almost real time with something like this. Like, we're getting to that point of ridiculous quality. And it's great that they cracked that level. And they deserve to kind of be at that level for a little while. Let them have that big lead. But Intel and AMD have to catch up. And maybe surpass. Like at some point, I want to see a day where Intel or AMD, I'm good with either way, I want to see one of them pop up and say, okay, we get it. The last 4 years, Apple has really kind of owned this market. Guess what we have? As they pop up with some chip that's like, yeah, you know, we can literally run a human brain on this thing. And then Apple will be the one catching up for a while. This is good, healthy competition. You want to see these bursts in performance as it gets better. That's where things can be good. I don't see a good future where one company just always stays ahead. That will not be healthy.
Right.
And I don't think it's healthy when 2 or 3 companies just own the whole market and they just keep staying at the same level as each other. Like, they'll always move up, but it's not healthy if they're moving up slowly. So
right, like carriers.
Yes. Oh dear God, fucking carriers. But yeah. So I think we're still in that phase where it's good that Apple is in the lead, and it's not like people are switching to Apple in droves. Obviously quite a few people have, but look, the Windows is still dominant by what crazy percentage of the market? It's what, like 80% of computers, or 86% or something.
And even if like today, Apple is like, you can run Windows 11 on an M1, and we will also sell M1 chips to anyone who wants to build a computer with them. Like, even if they did that today, it would still take a pretty long time for like market share from other companies to go down. Also, just because the computer industry is pretty slow moving at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's definitely like, what's really saving Intel and AMD's bacon right now is the fact that Apple does not sell chips to anyone else, and that you cannot really do Windows stuff on these computers. And you know, just it's an escalation of the issue where, you know, like Microsoft, Windows has been stagnant for God knows how long, because like, what do they need to do? They already own 80% of the market. Like, if your company is, you know, reliant on the piece of software that they contracted out 18 years ago, and that only runs on Windows, you're locked in.
Okay, so quick corrections on those stats. This is actually a little more different than I expected it to be. According to global stats, or stat count or whatever. I don't care. Uh, Windows is at 75.85%. I didn't realize it had fallen below 80%, but
I think, yeah, that sounds about right, because Chrome OS has been eating its lunch for the past 5 years.
We'll get there, because no, it hasn't.
Okay.
So OS X is recording a 15.76%, which is higher than I thought it was, but
Yeah, I remember it being at like 10% for a really long time.
yeah, I kind of
Around
knew
there,
it had
so-
hit 10%. I didn't think that it had gone up to 15. So then we get down to they have unknown as about 3.33%. Chrome OS 2.87%. All those Chrome OS computers that we're selling, I think, may not be clocking big numbers. Now, to be fair, I'm not sure that this is necessarily counting or getting in like educational computers and stuff like that.
What is the stat? Is it market share, or is it like shipments for a quarter?
I just looked up market share,
Okay.
and this is worldwide.
Right.
So I'm not sure if we want to count that as a different thing. Frankly, I think if we're in the US, there's a higher chance that Apple or OS X is probably higher than 15%. And
Yeah.
I'm guessing Windows would drop lower than 75%, but I guess I should be rounding those up, but whatever. Oh, hey, they actually have the stats just for the US, and yep, as predict. Holy shit. Oh my
Are you telling me
God.
Americans can afford Macs sometimes? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, but I didn't think it was this big of a difference. I'm almost questioning the validity of their stats at this point. You switch to US only, and it's Windows is at 61%. OS X is at 27%. I mean, part of me believes this because there has been a pretty notable rise in people picking up Macs, but that's actually surprising.
I buy that entirely, because that mirrors exactly how it works for smartphones too.
Yeah.
Where America just has several magnitudes of higher iPhone market share than the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you go out of the US and like a little bit of Europe, like Android is like just complete market dominance.
That being said, in the US, Chrome OS rises quite a bit. It's now up to almost 8%. Well, 7.
That tracks just because I'm sure again, like, oh yeah, I've seen those computers in school.
Yeah, they're there. But man, if this is accurate, and again, I don't know this site for sure is really that trustworthy on stats, but if it's anywhere in the ballpark, holy crap, this is a lot closer than I ever thought it was gonna be.
Yeah. So, again, like I want Intel to do well. They're just not doing anything. It's like trying to like. It's like trying to get my dog to stop barking when there's like someone like outside. It's like it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I say it over and over again. I've repeated it I don't know how many times. I still have faith Intel can pop up and make a comeback, come out with something really exciting and compelling and powerful that is going to make people stop and say, oh, we didn't see it coming, but they're still relevant. I think they're still relevant, but
I don't know.
My optimism is really slipping these days.
Well, it's not even the company being an issue. It's just this architecture.
Yeah.
Like honestly, for like a decade now, maybe even longer if you want to like really dig into it, but like at least for the past decade, Intel has been just squeezing what few remaining clock cycles they can get out of x86. And every new laptop chip that comes out, like it's got like a little bit of a higher TDP, because like the only way they can get more performance out of these cores is to just pump more power into it.
Yep.
Right, like every single high end demo they do at trade shows to show how competitive they are with AMD is like to use like the most insane water cooling setup you've ever seen in your life to get these chips to run cool enough to do benchmarks for 3 minutes. It's just like, and it's the same thing with AMD where they're doing better because they're using other fabrications, and they've also got some pretty smart people over there, but they're having the same issue. Like, it's all x86, and neither of those companies are really investing in ARM at all.
Well, we don't know that. They could be.
Yeah,
it's just something behind the scenes that they're not talking about. And
yeah, like obviously Intel's been making modems for forever, but Apple bought a big chunk of their modem business like a year ago, I think. So all we're left with for ARM competitors that we know about is Qualcomm, which I hate more than Intel.
Yeah,
like they're just not a good company. Like they're at the same snail's pace of development that Intel is with x86. It's like, oh great, here's the new Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. It is 5% faster than last year's chip. Like, oh boy. Or like in some very specific AI workloads, it's 10% faster. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like, and then let's just like, fine for a phone. I'm using my phone for Twitter. I don't need the fastest, CPU in the world for that. And then you go look at like the absolute sad state of ARM chips for Windows, or ARM laptops for Windows, and it is just a sad sight. And now, like, on the lower end, and maybe soon on all fronts with their laptops, like MediaTek is starting to eat Qualcomm's lunch. Even MediaTek, the company that can't even release a source code zip file to GitHub, is doing this better.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, guy. I'm so frustrated. And like, I know why. Like, this is like the most complex technology. Like, there's like 5 companies on Earth who even have the capability to start on something like this. But,
yeah.
like, come on, guys. Please, don't make Apple the only choice.
Yeah, and that's the problem. But I'm also not that worried about it yet.
Like, also, like, Apple just in the past like 2 years remembered they make Mac OS. Like, this is a new like, you really want them like leading the way for desktop computers for a decade? Come on.
I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's not entirely fair.
I am being over the top.
I know. I think as a company, and I could be wrong about this, but I've heard so many different narratives wrapped around it. I've heard so many different ways people have looked at Apple, or the Mac specifically, and what so many people kind of kept saying is, no, they forgot about it, or no, they don't care, or this or that. And I just keep coming back to, what are the odds that several years back they were like, you know what, we really want to do a ton of stuff, but we're being held back by a chip. Can we pause? Can we just pause on this and focus on getting our chips built? Let's build stuff that's focused on those chips. Let's make those improvements. And then when it happens, we're good. So I think Apple was colossally terrible at communicating that was the plan. And I can see why they might not want to communicate that's the plan, because it would have given a heads up to competitors. But part of me looks at it and I just think maybe that has been the plan all along. They just admitted that they kind of admitted defeat in a sense, that they just couldn't maintain this thing with Intel, and they moved forward. And in doing so, I think they just a poor decision, but they let the software
Yeah.
languish a little bit too much while they were focusing on the chips. It makes sense to do it, but it was poor communication in the process, because now everyone thinks that they forgot about their desktop OS this whole time.
Yeah, and I guess you could also make the argument that Microsoft also wasn't like any better, right? Where like when Windows as a tech platform isn't moving very fast.
Somebody prove to me, please, someone prove to me that Microsoft has a plan.
Yeah. Now I think with Windows 10, I honestly think that I think they even might have said this at one point, but like Windows 10, the entire reason it exists and why it's different is just that like all their engineers had to use Windows during COVID and was like, this shit sucks. This is a terrible operating system.
Do you mean Windows 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like they were using Windows 10 and yeah, but yeah, so like I'm starting to see some movement there now, but like it's also a lot in the movement of like things I really don't care for, like them shoehorning Edge again. I thought they learned from this, but they're doing it again.
They're not going to.
But yeah, like I definitely during that time, you could make the argument that Microsoft also wasn't doing a lot, and what they were doing was like ended up being vastly unpopular, right? Like that was around like if I'm thinking about like when Mac OS was not changing a lot, like let's say first half of 2010s. You know what Microsoft was doing? Windows 8. That didn't go over well.
No.
And then there was Windows 10, which like kind of sort of went over well, but then they forced all the people who liked their Windows 7 computers to upgrade, and that was a whole other thing. So yeah, which is again like a lot of this is why like I like using Linux, because like the desktop Linux experience is not super good, but it is, I think that and Mac OS are the only times the people making the software experience actually like talk to people and see what they want and like try to make it work for them. Whereas Microsoft Windows is just this monolith where their main customers are enterprise users who don't want anything ever to change. Mm-hmm. So really the only things you're left with if you want like a actual good desktop computer experience, we're not talking about like whatever software is available. That's, it's part of it, but like just what is a good thing that is good to use. You got Mac OS and you got some Linux distros, not all of them, but some. And that's really it.
Yeah. And I mean, I've made this comment on stream several times in the past. I made it to you just before we went live. Man, my contracting work for years was explicitly .NET on Windows. Like, that was my thing for many, many years. And I left that to start using a Mac. Like, I'm sorry, but at a certain point, what does it say when a developer is like, no, this thing that I'm making money off of sucks. I'm tired of using this because it is just a bad experience over and over again. Right. At what point, like that obviously it's not like they're listening to every person who's saying that. They didn't have a direct line to me, which actually is not entirely true. They had a direct line to me and they didn't listen when I said something like this. But that needs to be a red flag. But you got to fix your shit if you're going to do this kind of thing. And they weren't good at it. Yeah. They just were repeatedly not good at it. And I know that they've kind of circled back and fixed some stuff, but I've watched Windows 10 from afar as it just continually did not solve a lot of the complaints and problems. Like, I don't know if they finally got it, but don't they still have like a settings screen that is the old settings screen?
Oh, Cody.
It's several, right?
They have, so, before Windows 10, or I guess before Windows 8, because this was kind of an 8, they had the control panel.
Yeah. And bear in mind, I was using it still through all of that.
Right. right? And yeah, and then when Windows 8 and Windows 10 came along, they started moving stuff to a settings app that like looked more like the macOS system preferences or phone settings apps.
I wouldn't
But
say it looked like that. It was their
well, it was like
it was their
organized,
Windows 8 style
right?
app. Which
Yeah,
is
yeah. I
ugly
mean,
as
like
sin, but
it was like organized like that. Whereas
yeah.
the control panel was like, this looks like folders on the desktop. And then, sorry, I thought I heard something, but no. And then, even still in Windows 11, there's still the control panel and the settings app, because all these years later, there is still like a handful of things they did not port to the new settings app. And also, if they take away the control panel, I'm sure every person who doesn't ever want to change anything with their computer will flip out, because they've been using the control panel this whole time.
Yeah.
Which is what happened exactly with Paint, where they tried to replace Paint with the new Paint. No one used the new Paint; they kept using the old one, and then they said, "Okay, we're going to take the old Paint out," and everyone flipped out. And so now with Windows 11, they're keeping the old Paint, but they're actually like updating it with some of the ideas from that Paint 3D thing that no one wanted.
Okay.
And yeah,
I'm sorry, I just have to say it. Are we sure that people aren't just using Paint as a meme? It feels like a joke.
So, well, I think that's part of it. Like, people just like Paint because it's fun, and it reminds them of at least in my case, when I used to use Paint on the school computers. But it's also like, again, like the same thing where every time Microsoft introduces something new in Windows, no one really pays attention to it. So like there has been like actual like the ability to edit images in Windows 10, and I think Windows 8 before that. And like, so that like if you just need something to like crop an image or like blur something out, you can use that new thing. But like most people they just keep using the Paint because like that's what they know. So like Microsoft's bad at this. Like the entire update cycle for Windows 10 has just been them like introducing things that are like kind of neat, and then no one uses, and then they eventually drop them. And it's just a cycle of that where it's like, okay, great, we're not actually going anywhere. We're just like nothing's changed. Because when you make a new thing to replace an old thing, you have to get rid of the old thing, or make it like an optional install or something. Like I think they were doing with Paint for a second, but it's just it's not good.
Okay.
Again, like they're changing a little bit of that with Windows 11, but it's still the same core issue.
Okay, so I have two things, both really quick. To Kirby's comment, they're trying to merge control panel to settings. They've been trying to do that since October 2012, the release date of Windows 8. They've been trying to do this for a literal, well, sorry, it won't literally be a decade, for a few months, but we're almost there. And they've failed. A company the size of Microsoft, fun fact, could have made this happen, I'd say half a decade ago. It wouldn't have been that hard. Or, they could have literally done it when Windows 8 was released. It was embarrassing when they didn't have it done in October 2012.
And even when they do it, they're going to keep control panel in there so people don't freak out when they're like, where's my control panel? I don't know how to turn the Wi-Fi off.
Yeah, they'll still keep it, just which is also a problem, but it's a different problem. So okay, so just wanted to get that out of the way. Second thing, honestly, I really, and I do mean this, sincerely mean this, I think Microsoft should actually just reach out to the developers of Paint.net and just say, look, we want to scrap all the stupid things that we've tried. We just want to include your thing. Is that cool? Paint.net, for those that don't know, it is an open source, I dare say, Photoshop competitor. There is a bit of a learning curve, I admit. It wouldn't be ideal for all cases. But, they have a snipping tool that that is for the simple things. Everything else, frankly, you should like if they just distributed paint.net, there, done, problem solved. And then
just,
paint.net gets some money because Microsoft would obviously fund further development, which would be awesome.
Or just when you're, setting up. This is the other thing, is that like it's also difficult for them to make stuff optional or move stuff to the Microsoft Store, because the Microsoft Store, you need a Microsoft account logged into your computer to use, which a lot of people don't want to do, myself included, because it syncs a bunch of extra stuff that like I don't want to deal with. Like I don't need my desktop computer managed like a smartphone where it shows up in my online account that I can like, remotely lock, whatever. Like, it's a desktop computer. If it has gone somewhere, I have bigger problems to deal with. I don't need like another, and like just that alone, like that aspect of them trying to switch everyone to an account has been a struggle, to the point where now with Windows 10, the only way you could set up a new PC without a Microsoft account was to actually not connect to any network during the setup, so that it would be like, okay, I see you have no internet right now. We'll set up a local account. You can do the account stuff later. And now they're actually ripping that out of Windows 11, where you need an active internet connection to set up the computer so it can log into a Microsoft account. So again, like even the stuff that they're trying to like modernize or add more options to, they're also doing like the most frustrating way imaginable, that they're not like, no one wants to go along for the ride with. Like they're trying to bring like the sync and like account stuff of like smartphones to everyone, and I don't even really like that on my phone, so why would I want it on my computer?
For what it's worth, Apple does this too, though. I feel like with Apple, you just really have to get over like one little hurdle, and then you're pretty much golden, because it wants to set you up with obviously an Apple account with iCloud. Technically, two separate accounts.
Like I remember that being an issue where I was allowed to use, when I only had PowerPC Macs, and my mom had one of the first Intel MacBook Pros, so I would use her computer for like web development, because again, like the PowerPC Macs never got Chrome or anything. And like occasionally I would try to download some utility from the Mac App Store, and it was like, oh, you need an Apple account. And I'm like, I don't know what my mom's Apple account password is.
Yeah.
So, Apple's doing that too. I think they get away with it, I guess, because they have fewer users. Like it's the same thing where like Android is getting all the anti-monopoly lawsuits on it because they have like 90% market share everywhere that is in America. It's the same thing with Microsoft, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily the same exact problem. In part because the desktop app stores, and I'm including the Mac App Store and Windows Marketplace in this, they are both notoriously, famously terrible. And it's less of a problem.
That is the other issue, where like the Mac App Store felt like kind of somewhat functional.
Exactly, and that's what I was about to say. It's better. It is not great. The app selection in there is fine, but to be fair, if you want to find the best apps, you kind of still have to look elsewhere. With Windows, I mean, come on, half of the stuff on the marketplace is just a joke, and the other half of it is like the inferior version of something that you could get off of somewhere else. And part of that is because of Microsoft's own rules and curation policies. They've driven developers out of their marketplace.
Yeah, because again, like going back to the same issue of they can't get anything new to be adopted, is they try to get everyone to make the modern, the UWP apps, except they could not do as much, and they were a pain to manage. And they also meant they couldn't be on Windows 7, which most of the world was still on, so no one did it because it didn't make any sense. So no one used the store. So again, just avalanche of bad decisions.
Well, and I've mentioned this on stream several times in the past, but their actual policies for putting an app on the store used to be so draconian it made Apple look like, pretty laid back, chill dudes. I had a terrible experience putting apps on the store, and I certainly wouldn't recommend anybody go through that. So, if you have a store that doesn't really attract users because it has a bad selection of apps, and your policies are keeping developers from wanting to deal with you in the first place, and app developers for the most part have other ways to distribute, sorry, but that's how it's going to work. Like, no one's going to take you seriously at that point. And I don't know what the current condition of the Windows marketplace is, but I've not heard good things.
I know it's getting better. I think Microsoft's like very I think they're really pushing companies to switch to it, because right around when Windows 11 came out, which had the redesigned store that they're making a big deal about, a lot more major apps started showing up. Like, I know Firefox made a big deal that they were on the store. A couple games and launchers showed up there. So, like, I'm sure they pushed some people along. So I know it's getting better, but again, like,
it does help that they're actually allowing things like Firefox and Chrome to appear on there. I don't know if Chrome does, but the mere fact that they're allowing other things like that, where the Mac App Store is like, browsers? You're funny.
What do you mean Safari isn't good enough?
Yeah. Oh God, what was the other? There was something else. Oh, this doesn't exactly count, but anything like maintenance utility kind of stuff, like system utility stuff, forget it. None of that stuff's on there. Though I don't know if any of that's really on Microsoft Store either. I kind of doubt it.
Curry Mermaid said a couple things saying Windows matured at like Windows 7. There's no more innovation left. I don't think there's no innovation left in Windows. I think it's just a matter of Windows is a product, and you make a product for a certain market, and Microsoft's market is enterprise. Like Microsoft is like only really cares about like me if like my desires are roughly compatible with what the Fortune 500 company wants on their fleet of computers. So like Microsoft has been doing a ton with like security, and they, Windows has the single best backwards compatibility, to a fault probably, but like the best backwards compatibility in like the entire computer world ever. Like, I can run Office 97 on my Windows computer, whereas I can't, Apple, if you have an iOS app that hasn't been updated in a year, you can just go away. So like they're smart people over there, and they are, Windows does get better all the time, but I'm not the market. And again, they have the core issue where as soon as they change one thing, everyone flips out, and then they get scared and they go back. Or they do the Windows settings strategy where they have one experience that like I'm supposed to use, but also the older option is still there, like lurking in the darkness for, the people who want to use their computer like they have for 20 years to use.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's stagnant, especially with Windows 11. Like, I think they're actually trying, but again, like I said, with the account stuff, like them trying is not always good either. So like I don't think there's like, they're just, I don't think Microsoft's paying thousands and thousands of engineers to just sit on their ass and do nothing all day. Like they're doing stuff. It's just not for me.
Yeah, I would agree with this. It not as necessarily a universal statement, but here's
I am not where Microsoft is making money.
Yeah,
right. I've never paid for Windows. That's part of the issue.
Well, not directly, at least.
Right. But yeah, like I get, like, I'm not gonna, you know, like, as much as I complain about Microsoft, like, that's what a company does in the capitalist system, is they follow the money. The money is in the large companies that pay for bulk Windows licenses.
Right.
Like, in the same way that, like, I'm not going to complain that a Ford F-150 is not the perfect vehicle for me. Like, I understand the people that is made for. It's not really me, although, you know, they do try very hard to get everyone to buy a truck here in America.
Yeah.
But it was not designed with me in mind.
So, and sorry, I don't mean this to sound kind of like picking on you, but I'm kind of picking on maybe the phrasing. The statement that there's no more innovation left in Windows. To me, Windows is a black box in a way that it's not right to say that there's no innovation left in Windows, because you can always keep reshaping it. You can always change it into something else. You can add new things. Obviously, they tried doing that. They tried so hard to do that with obviously like touch screen implementations, being able to change the interface to fit the type of device it's running on or the mode that device is running in. They've tried to make Windows a flexible thing that could run on anything from a smartphone all the way up to a desktop and in cars. Like, obviously Windows has flexibility. It is a much bigger thing, and I think there's still,
like, Windows had, like, on Windows Phone, it had like a Samsung Dex.
Yeah.
Like 5 years before there was a Samsung. Obviously, there had been many attempts at that kind of idea before, but like, that was cool. Microsoft was, again, very early to the ARM computer game with the original Surface. That was a terrible tablet.
Yeah.
But they did try.
And Kirby followed up by saying the desktop GUI has mostly stayed the same since Windows 95, but they tried not to.
Yeah.
They literally tried not to, and people said, no, put it back.
Yeah. People flipped out.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, I remember everyone flipping out in Windows 8 because the start menu wasn't like a menu anymore. It was a full page.
Yeah.
And they changed how, you know, like, the desktop was organized. Like, the desktop was now like a area for file management and like legacy software, and everything else was like a full screen experience that you were supposed to. No one liked that.
Yeah, it failed miserably. And
I mean, I kind of liked it on my netbook, where I wasn't like managing multiple windows anyway. So I understand why people didn't like it on their desktops.
Yeah.
But and also, like, just you know, like, they've changed it a little bit with Windows 11, but it stayed the same because it works pretty well. Like, it's fine. No one's really come up with anything better for the most part. Like, the desktop metaphor has not significantly changed in decades.
Exactly. And it's not that it can't or won't, but I think that this is largely that's not it's not a solved problem, but it's a problem that until somebody has something really clever, which could maybe be generated off the smartphone thing or tablets, or maybe we need other things to happen before desktops really have a reason to change. But at a certain point, the thing is, I don't think we need to write off Windows as it's done, put a fork in it. Like, there's still plenty of room to innovate. What I think happened is Microsoft as a company stopped trying to innovate Windows that much. I mean, they tried many times, but I think at a certain stage they were like, okay, we gave it a shot, we're done. We can't fix the fact that people want it to stay the same. And
because that's how a company is supposed to operate. Is if you do something and a lot of people do not like it, and your top customers go, I'm not upgrading to this, I'm staying on Windows 7.
Yeah.
Then as a company, you usually just, okay, all right, All right, sorry.
Yeah,
We'll go back.
keeping the customers happy is oftentimes parallel with
Yeah.
doing things that they want you to do. Not always. I mean, Apple has proven several times, like Apple has come along and said, oh, hey, that thing that we've been doing for years that we came up with and everyone loves it and thinks it can't get better, we're going to change it. Tough cookies. Like, this is your life now. If you want to keep using our stuff, you're going to have to buy into this. And I mean, there are hundreds of examples of Apple doing this. Not all of them have worked out, but just to point out one of, I know so few people care or connect with this one, but Final Cut. When Final Cut Pro adopted what they called the magnetic timeline, other video editors did not have this feature. It was a weird feature for anyone to do. And Apple did it, and a bunch of people said, wow, this sucks. What the hell were you thinking? And now if you ask a bunch of editors, including pro editors who work in Hollywood, they will tell you, holy crap, magnetic timeline's freaking awesome. We use this all the time. We wouldn't use something that doesn't have this. Not everyone says that. There's a mix. There are some people who still hate it. There are some people who love it. There are most people just think it's the same freaking thing that you had before. It just, like, one thing works a little different. Like, smart people recognize it's not really a big change. But that's kind of the whole thing. Like, if you change stuff, sometimes people will hop on board because they're just going to hop on board. Maybe they don't have a choice. Maybe they want to hop on board and they just have a learning curve. Other times people are going to say, no, we hate this. And you have to, as a company, you have to be smart enough to stand there and say, okay, we actually did something dumb and wrong. Let's go back. Or you have to be able to say, screw you. We have the market share. We know we did the right thing here. Hop on board. You can go somewhere else if you want, but we've got it right here. And one of these days you'll come around and agree we were right. Apple sometimes makes the wrong choice when they say that. Microsoft has sometimes made the wrong choice when they backtrack. Yeah. But yeah, both companies could probably stand to learn from the other in a few things.
Yeah, like I think I'm kind of somewhere. I would like to see somewhere in the middle between Microsoft's approach of the Microsoft Office version we made 30 years ago has to still work perfectly, and Apple's version of we will only support the APIs we like, and also your app has to be updated very quickly, and it has to support new architectures almost immediately, or you cannot have it on our app store.
Yeah.
There's like a in between there, which I think Linux is kind of there, but I mean, it's just, which again, like, this is why I was really excited for Windows 10X when that was being talked about, because it sounded like that was going to be the clean break for Microsoft. Like, they would just have normal Windows for big companies that hate a change. Mm-hmm. And then for normal people like me, they would have Windows 10X where they trim off a lot of the legacy cruft. Like, it would only have one settings app, and it would, have like really good OS level integration with web apps, and it would have like a functional store and support for newer form factors and all this other stuff. And and then they just were like, no, this isn't working out. And they brought some of that to Windows 11, which is part of the reason Windows 11 is such an improvement. But they still have to please the governments and large companies that want their computers to function the same for the entirety of the computer's lifetime, and preferably the entire working life of the person using the software. Like, I don't know how many stories there are of, some branch of the US government still having Windows XP machines, but like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So,
well, man, I feel like I've said this like a dozen times on this stream already, but I've said this. I've talked about this in the past. I remember this contracting job I went on, and I was walking around on this factory floor basically in, what was it, 2011-ish? Something
Here,
like
keep,
that.
Keep talking. I'm getting water.
Okay. But in 2011, I walked around on this factory floor, and they've got computers sitting out there running Windows 98. Or, I think it was 98, I'm pretty sure. It definitely wasn't newer than that. Well, okay, I know that they had some XP computers also floating around in there, but I'm pretty sure it was 98 that was running like 2 pieces of software. They had other computers running Windows XP that had several other pieces of software, and then the computer that the developers were actually working on, which is a weird thing to say, but it's true. The computers we were working on were running, I believe it was Windows Server 2004 or whatever would have been the correct year. It was something like that. Anyway, the reason for this in large part was the software that had been written ages ago to run a lot of the machines there. It was old, outdated, but it was tested on those old platforms. It was tested on an old version of Windows, and because of that, this particular company is, I'm not going to specify exactly what they did, but they were in the medical field. And by law, if you make changes to how something runs, where it runs, if you make any of those changes, you have to test them, and you have to verify that they work, and you basically have to have like a known working condition for this type of software. So the fact that something was designed to run on Windows 98, it has to keep running until that software is re-verified and tested to run on something newer. You have to keep running it on Windows 98. Like, this is why there's story after story about hospitals that are running like old versions of Windows with their MRI machines or X-ray machines, anything like that. The reason they're doing this is because those products were built, and the software that came with them, it targets a specific version of Windows, and they can't upgrade. That's why they're stuck on these old versions. And it's,
yeah, I was gonna bring up hospitals. That's the perfect, because also like, and then you have like the doubly terrible thing where all these machines were built for like serial connections and other stuff that's just like way too hard to virtualize. So like, it's like, do you toss out the like $3 million MRI machine, or do you keep using Windows XP? Like, so you know, there's one option.
Yeah, take it off the network and just live with the fact that you're on this old version of Windows forever. It's okay as long as as long as it never connects to anything wirelessly. You can't go wrong.
Yeah. So again, like I understand, I'm just not Microsoft's market really, or I'm like 5% of their market. Like, I know that they definitely care more about like using PCs for gaming now than they did a couple years ago. Like, there's a lot more integration with their and Xbox. I think part of that is honestly just because like gaming is one of the few things Microsoft and Intel has that Apple cannot duplicate. Mostly because Apple doesn't want to, but I think even if they did, like, that's still a pretty good, compelling use case for PCs.
It's funny you say that, because that was the last thing that I also wanted to bring up about the Mac Studio, but go on.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just, like, I fully understand Microsoft is not, Windows is not really built for me, or it's built for me as long as what I want does not conflict with the U.S. federal government or
corporations.
Like, just
I don't
like
even
any...
think they care about the government. They just care about the corporations.
I meant like government as in like what is, like all the branches and like their IT departments want, like just like these large organizations.
Yeah.
But
And
Yeah, which is frustrating because again, like I said, like I don't really want to buy a Mac because that's the one, you know, then I'm stuck buying Apple's computers, which now are fine, but rewind to 5 years ago, that was a really big problem where you had people again like, you know,
it was a stressful time.
MKBHD, right? MKBHD lugging like a desktop computer somewhere because Apple just didn't have a good laptop for a couple years,
Well,
or like the
I
people
think
who,
that's a poor example just on the basis that MKBHD
right,
A was doing that to flex. Don't buy into any other explanation. He was doing that to flex. Um, Kind of literally, in fact.
right.
But
Oh, I'm sorry, what I was thinking was another MKBHD shenanigan where he mentioned for a while that he was doing all his video editing, even like in his studio, on a MacBook Pro, because for a time the MacBook Pro was better than any of the desktop computers Apple was selling. Uh, so
for a long time,
yeah,
actually.
yeah. So I like now that's less of an issue with Apple, but still, like I generally like PCs and being able to pick like what components everything is and so on. But Windows is just terrible. It's just so bad.
Yeah.
I use it for games. That's as soon as I'm done playing games. PC's back to Linux.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to bring up the gaming thing again, or bring back the Mac Studio again and talk about gaming. Okay, so this is again a $2,000 computer, starting at $2,000. As you said earlier, and I picked this out for a reason because I wanted to hit this topic. When you said that's about the price of a high-end gaming rig, and I think most people would look at the graphic capabilities, which it's debatable how strong they actually are, but
Right.
clearly they're
No one
good.
independently tested this yet.
Yeah, it's unclear how they really perform when you're talking about the way that games have to operate. But they're clearly still very good. It's just it's unclear if they perform at the level of, let's say, an NVIDIA GPU, like a top-end NVIDIA GPU, or are they performing more like the mid-tier stuff? And would optimization make a difference in this? And what could they do? Could they compete on like things like ray tracing, etc., etc.? It's unclear on all that. But man, I saw the Mac Studio announced, and part of me just kept thinking, is this possibly basically a gaming rig? Obviously it's not interchangeable parts and upgradable components, but is this possibly a play at a gaming rig? Because 2000 as a starting point, yes, it's more expensive than your mid-tier gaming rigs for sure, but it actually is kind of on the high-end gaming rig target point, and it sounds like it could perform at that level. If that's the case, like, where's the argument remaining that Apple shouldn't be? Like, you have to have the hardware. That's what everyone always says. It seems like Apple has the hardware. Now it's really just on game developers to start doing the builds.
It's also partially still on the software because like I know I was reading interesting it's kind of a blog post from the developers of Crossover, which is like the wine shell thing that's for like Mac and Linux and stuff. And they were talking about some updates they had coming along the pipeline, and they were talking a lot about like gaming and DirectX 12 support. And on Linux, that's in a really good state because Valve has dumped a ton of money into updating Wine, and also its fork of Wine, but like they share a lot of code to translate DirectX 12 calls to Vulkan. Which is the new OpenGL that's more open. And like that works really well on Linux. Like you can play a lot of Windows games on Linux with almost no performance drop, which is kind of insane, but I don't really know how it works. I'm not a game developer. But Apple just flat out refuses to support Vulkan at all, right? They want everyone to use Metal, which is fine, kind of, if you're a game developer using a big engine, because like Unity and stuff natively supports Metal. That's not an issue, but it's an issue for like running any kind of, you know, Windows games are doing easy ports from Windows, like Linux is benefiting a lot from. And it's an issue for anyone, you know, using their own engine. Like, I don't know if, you know, the engine that Ubisoft uses for every single one of their games supports Metal. I don't know. But, like, that's definitely an issue. I see also just, you know, the general issues of Apple wanting all their software to stay updated to support everything, and that's not how games work at all.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're a live service game like Destiny 2, you're making your game and doing a couple patches after that to fix the bugs, and then that's it, you're done.
Yeah.
And that's just not really that's not what Apple wants. Apple wants all the game, like, you can't go back and play a lot of early iOS games because they just got faded off when Apple dropped support for 32-bit only apps, or, you know, apps that didn't use the latest permissions model or whatever.
To be fair, this is something that was predictable and inevitable, and it's happened on Android too. It's not like this is an iOS only thing, though. It was a much starker change with iOS. But it was an inevitability just because the operating systems themselves have changed, have morphed so much over the years. It's not like Apple's going to, or iPhones are going to be switching from 64-bit to 128-bit anytime in the foreseeable future. I think that ship is a long time coming. And obviously, like the permissions models and a lot of the other stuff, most of those things were inevitably going to happen, and it sucks because it did leave a lot of software in the rear view. But we are getting past a lot of those things too, so they're not going to be factors as much going forward. Yeah. It's still going to happen. There's still going to be new needs for old things to change, but yeah, that's one where I'm not as worried about.
Yeah, and the forcing everyone, at least on the Mac, forcing everyone to 64-bit is what let them have, or is what let the Rosetta 2 compatibility layer be so good, because it doesn't have to translate, you know, a mix of 64-bit and 32-bit x86 code to ARM. It can just do 64-bit.
Yep.
So yeah, I would assume there's probably fewer of those harsh transitions moving forward, but the Vulkan seems like the big issue now, where like everything except Apple supports Vulkan. Like, it's huge on Windows, even though Microsoft would love everyone to use DirectX 12 instead, but Vulkan's huge there, and it's big on Linux, and it's big on things that are not you know, I think like PlayStation, that's the main graphics API, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's, again, like, I'd like to see Apple try, because that's the thing that like Microsoft has had complete dominance over for almost as long as it's existed.
Yeah.
Like the Mac never really had a lot of games compared to PC. I think, like, if you rewind to like, it goes up and down, but like, I definitely, especially now, Mac is at a low point. I think for games, like, unless it's an iOS port, there's just not a lot there.
I'm not gonna disagree, but I'm also not gonna agree entirely. If you open the Mac App Store, what I've found is there every few months some relatively major game does pop up.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, the ports are still coming.
Yeah, I mean, they're not exactly like it's definitely not every major release. Far from it. So far from it. But
Yeah.
yeah, every once in a while, one of the major games, usually something that's releasing everywhere at the same time, it does pop up. So it is happening. It's just happening at a definitely not an inspired rate.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes it's also like, hey, here's this game that's been out for 2 years on every other platform, but why don't you guys have it too? And that's happening. But it's still like the major games are happening. As I scroll down, I see like, I know this isn't terribly new, but Divinity Original Sin 2, Asphalt 9, like they have technically major name games popping up, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's later. Yeah.
It be like I remember they popped out with Rise of the Tomb Raider, and when I saw that, it's like, guys, that's a little old, and that was getting featured. Yeah. Like they had big banners up everywhere for that game coming, and it's like, okay, like cheers. It's nice that you got it, but that's not special, not by a long shot.
David said, "Is the problem because everything has to go through the store?" No, there's Steam for Mac.
Yeah.
And you can get apps from other places. They haven't done the iOS thing where you can only get apps from the store.
And in point of fact, it's not just Steam. There's also Epic Store for Mac. But yeah, it's happening. It's just I don't know how you kick a bunch of developers in the ass to get them to start doing this if they've already got it in their heads that it's just not a thing.
I think it's the Vulkan thing. I think when most of the industry has shifted to one API and you don't support that, that's an issue. And I think also just the general thing that Apple does, where if you want to make a Mac app and distribute it, you have to pay Apple $100 a year, and you have to make sure your app is signed, and you have to go through all these other hoops that you do not go through for Mac or for Windows and Linux. You just make it and upload it somewhere, and you're done.
I wonder if that's something Apple would consider creating an exemption for.
Yeah,
because it seems like if the narrative is constantly, hey, they're bad at games, and then game companies are like, I know Apple has been reaching out to game companies and the game engine developers. They're trying to make this happen. This is not as much of a like we don't care as people like to say it is. I'm not sure what the
like a lot of the demos for M1 originally was like, look at how good this game runs, and it's running emulated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Vulkan. I think it's the app requirements. I think also it's Mac, and because the Mac does not have a lot of games, people don't really buy Macs to play games. So you have this chicken and the egg situation, right? Just like good Android tablet apps, right? Like this same thing where it's like there are very few professional apps for Android on tablets or apps optimized for tablets. So no one's buying an Android tablet for that. They're buying an iPad, and as a result, there's less demand for those apps, and it's just it's a perpetual cycle. But I think there's some Apple could definitely push into this if they wanted to. I just think it's not their top priority right now, and they seem really insistent on everyone using Metal. And that was the interesting thing I was reading in Crossover's post, where they mentioned that it was taking longer to get a lot of the 3D stuff working because Metal is missing some of the APIs that in Wine, a lot of the work recently has been on converting DirectX calls to Vulkan.
Mm-hmm.
which works great on Linux because Linux has like really good support for Vulkan because AMD is doing it, and AMD does a lot of work in the Linux kernel. But on Mac, where you have Metal, they were talking about how a lot of APIs just don't have equivalents in Metal. So they have to do all these hacky workarounds that like really decrease performance. So again, like I don't know. Oh,
that's weird. That actually hasn't happened in a long time.
Yeah. Okay. So,
all right. So.
Yeah. So again, like, there's clearly an issue there where games to software are moving to either Vulkan or DirectX, and you can't do either of those on Mac. So I think that's one of the issues there. But yeah, and then you still have to deal with the issue of like, how do you get people to buy a Mac for game?
Okay,
like
so
but just I'll say this really quickly before you go on. If I was Apple, I would court game developers like there's no tomorrow with all my money, and I would market the MacBook Air as like the thin and light gaming laptop that has not existed ever. Like, that's what I would be doing. That would be my angle, because gaming laptops suck. They are huge. They use way too much power, or electricity, I should say. They're not that powerful. That's what I would go for. I'd be like, look, you can play this game. You could look at how well you can play Fortnite on this MacBook Air.
Okay, I have a slight variation on this, but I agree with you. If I were them, I would take some of their money, spend it courting. You and I both are gonna get a laugh out of this, but it has to be said. Epic. Mm-hmm. They need to court Epic games.
Literally what like David just said in the chat. Said like, what's stopping Steam or Epic from making a big push on the Mac? Like, when they benefit from having I mean, Valve has like tried with Steam on the Mac.
Yeah, like
it's been on the Mac for a long time. They ported all their games to Mac pretty quickly. It's just, it's again all the other rules for distributing apps on the Mac, and no Vulkan or DirectX.
Well, and a lot of game developers just weren't doing it, plain and simple.
Right, because it is a smaller market. Like, if I'm a game developer and I can manage one code base for one platform that covers the majority of people with a computer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
Though again, in the US,
right, when
it's a quarter of the market share, that's a pretty attractive group. You shouldn't be ignoring. Anyway, so I was actually going to go a bit of a different, but honestly, it's such a painfully cheesy and predictable solution. So first, you court Epic Games. It doesn't have to be Epic. It could be, I guess, Unity or something. Any of the game engines. Start with them. Make a big push with them, which they kind of already have. All of them do now support M1. They just don't necessarily feature it that heavily.
Right.
Then find a game studio, one that has a very popular, we'll say competitive game league built around a game. Court them. Make sure they have a really good port of their game running on Mac. And then, I swear I'm not kidding, but spend some money and pay some pro gamers to front your fucking product. If you sponsor them and just give them like a Mac studio, just give them Mac studios, give them some money to front as Mac players.
Yeah.
And watch as everyone's gonna watch them, and everyone's gonna sit there and go, yeah, guys, like, they're getting the same frame rates, they're getting the same performance, everything's good. yeah, sure, we'll start buying that. Like, if you can
Yeah.
if you can prove that you're competing at the same level, and you've got a great graphics experience, you've got a great this, a great that. Assuming all those things are possible, I kind of have to make that assumption for this discussion. But if your hardware can compete, make sure that it's competing on those terms, and that's going to motivate people to start buying Macs, or at least asking if it's the time to buy a Mac.
Right.
And once that discussion is happening, game developers are going to look at it and go, okay, we have to now.
Yeah.
And again, with a market share of a quarter of the market, like, that's too attractive to throw out. Like, who says no to that?
Right. Like, this is sort of similar to what Epic has been doing, but not entirely. Right. Like, Epic has been spending a buttload of money to build it. Not like it's not like really a platform, but kind of sorta, where like it's their store and it's their like multiplayer like account stack, right? Like everything Steam does. And it's taking them a lot of money and resources and time to get all that going. And and we've seen, even when they're giving away massive games for free on the computer platform that all these people already have, it's still like really tough going. So it is something that now Apple is arguably, that's going to be more difficult for Apple, because Epic was doing that on Windows, right? And where all of the people playing games already are, or most of them. So it would be more of a leg up for Mac. But also, I think Macs for gaming, probably that might be a little bit of a easier sell, just because Windows sucks. And again, like I was saying, like gaming laptops are terrible. If you can get like gaming laptop performance in something that is thin and light, that's pretty cool.
Okay, I have a question though.
Yes.
How many gamers, even programmers or whatever, how many of them do you think realize Windows sucks? Because I'll bet a random few of them may have tinkered with Linux at some point in their lives, and I'm sure some small percentage of them have used Macs because, like, they actually run some sort of a business levels thing, and maybe they want a laptop that does have crazy battery life, etc., etc. But I think the vast majority of them have never touched anything other than Windows. They have no idea that Windows is kind of bad.
I think I'm probably projecting here. I think the general PC gamer is probably more okay with Windows than I am.
Exactly.
I think there is still definitely a non-zero segment of people who are like actively looking for something else. Like anytime a big like tech YouTuber makes something like, I am trying Linux today.
Yes.
Right? Like that's hot content, right? Because like everyone's curious, like what's going on the other side of the fence here? What's going on over there? So there's definitely people looking. I agree, most of them are probably okay with Windows. But like that would be my angle, is like focus on portability, which Apple is also really good at. Like they just make good laptops. So like gaming laptops, they just suck. Like they're all, but like most of them even built like shit. Like they're like these giant plastic things that are, they run super hot and they last for an hour on battery, even when you're not gaming, right? Just like these dedicated graphics cards use so much power. So yeah.
To Carson, I'm showing healthy across the board on the stream health. Looks like all green. There are literally no messages other than it's healthy.
Microsoft is intercepting Carson's stream to stop the Mac propaganda.
Yeah. We're nothing but the Apple shills.
Yes, me with my only Mac being a 2012 Mac Mini behind me. Oh, and a Power Mac. I have that too.
Okay, the counter to that, I can be your counter. I've got 4 MacBooks in this
Okay,
room.
you've got too many Macs. I have no recent Macs.
Actually, I have 4 MacBook Pros in this room.
Yeah.
Granted, 2 of them are, well, one is too old to be useful, one is non-operational, and then 2 more are actually sitting flanking me. But yeah, I mean,
there's ways to do this. Apple just has to care, and they have to spend money.
well, the irony is to sponsor one of those teams, assuming that they pay a decent team, to sponsor one of those teams would cost them a very tiny fraction of what they spend on their cheapest Apple TV show. And it would honestly get them started in an industry that, as the industry itself can't stop telling us about, is a multi-double-digit billion-dollar industry every year. You can't tell me Apple wouldn't want a piece of that. This is what constantly amazes me about so much of this discussion is at every turn I keep saying game developers, why wouldn't they want this part of the market that is actually fairly significant, usually with people who make more money than the average person. And there's Apple. Why wouldn't Apple want to make computers that are getting sales in a gaming industry that is also very significant? Why wouldn't, like, the question keeps being, why doesn't everybody want all this money that is available if they just make one change? Do a little bit more work on the back end and you get rich on the front end.
Yeah. It also seems like Apple's has something in the works with like their game strategy just in general, right?
I'm
Like
sure
there's the rumors of like their AR thing or like some VR headset all the time, and like presumably that would mostly be for gaming because it seems to be the main target for VR or the main potential market for VR in general. Like,
I can't think of other particularly widespread uses for sure.
Yeah, it's gaming and like other things that like are cool to be immersive, right? Like like one of my, like back when I had a VR headset that like I had readily available and wasn't like a pain in the ass to plug in and make sure all the batteries were charged and everything. Like one of the cooler apps I tried was Google Earth. Like Google Earth had a really good VR app. I think it still exists, but like it was really cool. Just like, oh cool, I'm like in a, you know, over the earth and here's a city. I'm going to zoom in and, you know, check out the street view around me. And also like the YouTube VR app was pretty nice. Even on Daydream, it was pretty cool. So, but yeah, it's mostly gaming.
Yeah, and it's a good thing Apple's investing in that and wants to do something with that. It honestly, at this stage, it feels weird that we haven't heard more. This is slowly becoming kind of like the Apple Car, where we kept hearing about it, and it went from, oh, they're gonna make something that you install into cars, and then it became, oh, well, they're gonna actually make a car, and then it's like, well, maybe they're not making a car, they're just, you know, gonna work with car companies and they're gonna integrate their tech, or like the versions of the story kept changing, and then at a certain point it's like, well, we now know they're definitely not actually making a car, and it kind of sounds like the whole project has even really been scaled back, so maybe this isn't even happening anymore, which I'm starting to wonder if maybe that's what's going on with VR. But again, with the long lead time that we saw between macOS kind of going stagnant and then all of a sudden macOS is super important to them again, it leads me to think that maybe their AR VR strategy does have more of a story and we just don't get to hear it until it happens.
Yeah, especially because like they're already like there's some movement on this already that clearly doesn't need the VR or something else in place. Like you know, like the ability to run iOS apps on Mac. Like one of the big ways they've been saying that's cool is because there's a lot of iOS games that like suddenly work on Mac, right? Like which isn't huge, especially for like anyone interested in like a gaming PC. Like the people who want to play phone games on a computer, it's not the same group as people who really want to play like Counter-Strike on their computer. But like there's some common elements there in terms of like app distribution and getting the software set up. So yeah, I mean, I think they really could. They have to spend money.
Yeah.
And they have to really try. And again, from like what I've read from like crossover and other technical breakdowns, like metal doesn't cut it right now for some specific workloads. So they either need to make a metal a lot better and get some translation layers set up for Vulkan, or bring Vulkan to Mac or something else. But there's an issue right now, definitely.
Yeah. One way or the other, I'm still convinced that I don't think it's going to happen right away, and I don't think it's going to happen quickly, but I do believe we're not too far away from seeing gaming rise up on the Mac. I'm not saying it's going to overtake Windows or anything ridiculous like that. I just think that I think in a year, if we're looking at the metrics and we actually have good metrics to go by, I think the number of new games coming to Mac is going to increase. I think the number of people buying a Mac and gaming on it will increase. I think, and I think that this is going to scale pretty. It's going to scale with time. Whatever the increase is in the next year, it's going to double or triple that the following year, and then the year after, I think, is going to even be more significant. I could be very wrong, but I feel like 5 years from now, the point at which the M1 is now an objectively old processor, in 5 years, I think we're going to be looking at a scenario where everyone is going to mostly say Mac it's maybe not caught up, but it's basically just right behind. Like, it's going to be a couple of game studios that are still not supporting it, but I think most of them will. I think we're going to see that point where people just don't think anymore that Windows is a reason, or rather the gaming is a reason to go to Windows, and that's it. Like, I think that thought process will mostly go away.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really incredible to see gaming on Linux take off relatively quickly. Like it definitely, like Steam showed up on Linux. I don't think too long after it showed up on Mac. And then for a while, like a lot of the studios that were making Mac games would just put in the extra 5% of effort and release it on Linux too. Cause like, it's, Unix core. Back at this point, Linux and Mac were both using like the same OpenGL stuff. So like, it wasn't really that much work. Like I remember, I think it was Asper. There's some game studio that like their main thing is porting games to Mac.
Yeah.
It's like Asper.
It's the same thing that Borderlands 2 used.
Yeah, and I know they ported Civilization. Yeah, it is Asper, ASPYR. Yeah, so like, they were porting a lot of games to Mac, and they would also handle the Linux ports because like, once it's on the Mac, it's not that much more effort. But then it started to diverge when Apple stuck on OpenGL for forever, while Linux kept adopting the newer APIs and Vulkan. And then Linux started to accelerate, also partially because I think a lot of the people running Linux on their computers, they're running it on computers that are powerful enough to play games. And that was an issue with Mac for a long time. Where like, you're not gaming on that like Core M3 that Apple put on its MacBook Airs for a while. Like you're not. That's not doing anything. So like Linux definitely accelerated, And just in the past like 2 years, the like compatibility stuff for running Windows games on Linux has vastly accelerated, mostly because of Valve.
Yeah,
And you know, now Valve is shipping the Steam Deck, which is going to help a little bit more. I don't think it's going to like make a monumental difference or anything, but I think there are a few more studios that are looking at Linux support more carefully because of the Steam Deck. And I'm hesitant to call that a victory for like another platform that is not Windows, because it's still Windows software that is like being dynamically translated into something else. So not quite a victory, but you know, still something. And the issue is that that's very clearly not what Apple will go for. I don't see them doing that. Like, if they won't even support the API that everyone else uses for graphics, they're not going to like put a compatibility layer for Windows games in Mac. I don't see that happening.
Totally agreed. By the way, as a side note, I'm skimming over the Asper, kind of their, I guess, claim to fame page of games that they've done for Mac.
It's everything.
Well,
they've done every game.
No. It's very specific. Two franchises are wildly overrepresented versus everything else. It's Borderlands 2 with all their various DLCs, and Civilization, mostly 5, but obviously some others. 5 and 6, I think.
I know. Yeah.
A lot of those two franchises. All very little of anything else.
Yeah, I think they're not including some of their. Well, I say that, but they've got SimCity on here, which I think was like 2014.
Yeah, they've got some Sim stuff, SimCity, Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yeah.
They also squeezed in a couple Star Wars franchise items.
I think they did Doom 3 for the Mac too. I remember buying Doom 3 on my Mac Mini, and I think that was Asper too.
It's not on this list, but that's sold enough that who knows.
Yeah, Wikipedia's not. Yeah, it was Asper. They did that too. But that was 2004, so that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they've been doing this for forever. And like again, like a lot of the games they would port to Mac, they would keep doing it for Linux, like native Linux. So Apple is definitely going for something different. That's not gonna like, you know, they're not doing the Linux thing, which is we need the games first, and we'll worry about them being native later.
Yeah.
Which will probably just never happen because Linux is not getting enough market share. But so this is what Linux needs to do, but Apple wants to do their own thing all the time. So they're gonna try to build it from the ground up, which needs more money, but they also have a lot of money, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about currently the richest company in the world. They have the capacity to make this stuff happen. I think they should give me a MacBook Air because they've got a lot of money and I don't have nearly as much money as Apple. Fact.
Yeah. I think, Cody, if there's enough left over, I think they should get you a new Mac too. If there's room after me.
I mean, I appreciate that thought, but I actually wouldn't really need it. I'm pretty happy with the MacBook Pro that I have.
Well,
but I would absolutely take a Pro XDR display.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice monitor. It looks nice.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I really like my ultra wide, but the XDR, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a bigger display. Like vertically, I think it's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I would really lose that much screen space, and I'd be okay with this. I could 100% make that work in my life. So Apple, you hear that? You have my address, and you could get Corbin's.
That's true. You probably takes like 30 seconds of Googling to find out exactly where I live. It's a little bit terrifying.
We're honestly not that hard to stalk. And as Curvy Mermaid pointed out in chat earlier, my zip code was showing on Apple's website for like 20 minutes. So
I did that too, when I did screenshots for XD8, and I briefly freaked out. I was like, "Ah, fuck, what did I do?" And then I remembered, oh wait, I'm in a populated city now. Like that zip code covers like at least 200,000 people.
Well, it's funny because in your case, the zip code covers a crapload of people. In my case, the zip code covers a crapload of land.
It's half of the state. It's just one zip code.
Oh,
it's like Alaska. That's literally Alaska.
Oh God. But no, like one zip code covers so much land. I think, not even joking, I think it actually does cover somewhere between like 35 and 40 square miles of land out here, which is pretty freaking huge. So I'm not too worried about that. I just try to avoid having people getting my actual street address. Because there have been weird instances. There have been stalker-ish people. But
oh yeah, I know mine must be easy to find because I have a very terrible family member that managed to mail multiple letters to me, even though I never informed said family member of my new address.
Yeah,
so I'm sure it's easy. Yeah. So it's not difficult, I'm sure.
Okay, so really quick, before we go on, Corbin has actually outlasted his normal end time by lots, so cheers to that.
Yeah.
Congrats to
Although
Corbin.
my butt is starting to hurt from sitting.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go probably in like, you got 5 minutes. I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah, see, I was going to say, this is about the time I'd be giving a 15-minute or so warning anyway, if not actually much earlier. I was honestly going to say this like half an hour ago. But yeah, let's count this as ending pretty shortly. And I don't know that there's really that much more to say about Apple, especially seeing that was a dull event. It's funny that we just had this much conversation on an objectively uninteresting event.
Well, it's, I know we talked about this when the first like M1 stuff started to show up, and like it's just nice that there's like very rapid hardware development in computers.
Yes.
Right? This had not happened for honestly as long as I've been like paying attention to computers.
It reminds me in a little bit of a way, and no one's going to remember this is so far back, but it reminds me of when I was in college and NVIDIA, people finally heard of NVIDIA. It was, they started putting out these graphics cards, and like every few months there was a new model coming out that it was just blowing away any of the previous versions. That was unheard of at the time. Now they've gone into generally more iterative development and longer product cycles. Apple is in that place right now, and it's just kind of neat. They have the capacity and ability to put out these much more powerful processors than they've been putting out in the past, and they fit the products that they're making, which is also, nice. So yeah, it's a sea change from what we had, and it's nice. Now, everyone needs to catch up and actually keep this thing balanced, otherwise things go bad.
Yeah, and I've had this MacBook Air page open while you've been talking for the past like 40 minutes, and it's looking pretty nice.
Secretly, Corbin's like, I could just click buy now. I'm that far away. I just need to click.
It would take a few more clicks because it doesn't look like Best Buy sells the Air with more than 8 gigs of RAM.
Yeah,
and I would like 8 more than 8. I would not feel good buying a computer in the year of our Lord 2022 with 8 gigs of RAM.
Yeah,
I didn't even really like it when I bought my Dell like 4 years ago. I was like, I should probably have more, and I was like, I'll buy it and then upgrade later. Turns out I could not upgrade later. That's not an option.
I'm trying to remember the last time I bought something with less than 16? And I think the
My-
answer to that really is my first MacBook Pro.
I think my phone has 8 gigs of RAM. And I've absolutely reviewed phones with like 12.
Yeah. No, it's kind of a must-have. To me, it's borderline offensive if something is only 8 gigs. With the exception of phones, I can accept a phone with 8 gigs, but no computer should be shipping.
Twitter
with 8
doesn't
gigs.
need. Yeah, Twitter doesn't need 12 gigs. It's fine.
I mean, not yet. Give it time. They look. They keep adding buttons to their bottom bar. They need that RAM.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
Every icon is 2 gigs.
I mean, it is Twitter. That actually could be a thing. But yeah, I do see this as just generally nothing but good in weird ways. But so, do we have any other? Was there anything Android related or any other news this week that was at all interesting? I tried looking stuff up, and honestly, it was a whole bunch of Apple stuff. I saw that there was the new Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer, and that's like it that I've seen.
There was some stuff. Google announced that they're adding a new thing to app bundles. Did you see the archived APK stuff?
I missed that so far.
Okay.
Was that just today or yesterday?
No, that was, I think, it was yesterday.
Okay. I missed almost everything since this started yesterday.
Basically, I'll put it in Discord. I can't get into a long conversation because I also really have to piss. But oh wait, I DM'd that to you. Oops,
No,
wrong.
I'll open it
fine.
anyway.
But yeah, it's basically just a thing they're working on where they're building these like minimal APKs into app bundles where at some point in the future on an Android phone, you'll be able to choose between uninstalling an app, which obviously removes the app and all the data that isn't stored somewhere else, or you can just delete everything except this core APK and keep your data intact, like the application data.
Right. So
and that
it gives you the ability to recover some of your stored space without completely destroying the data that you would otherwise delete.
Mm-hmm.
That's a neat idea, and I'm sure it will come in handy in like markets where they're pushing Android 1. And it would be awesome for games, like big ass games.
Yeah, I would say like I personally would almost never use this, just because I have a phone that has like a lot of storage, but games are massive now.
Yeah.
I have Civilization 6 on my phone, just in case I get really bored at any point. That's my failsafe, because I could spend hours in that game, and that game takes up like about as much storage as all the other apps on my phone combined. So I can see it helpful for that. But yeah, like Google was saying, like this will be helpful for app like user retention for app developers. Like, hey, when you uninstall an app, like you might not ever go back, but like if you just uninstall part of it and there's still an icon on your home screen that reminds you have it, it's fine.
I've got a nagging feeling that that's not going to have that much of an impact on user retention. Rather, I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those things like somebody knows that somebody is sitting there, maybe they go on vacation or travel, or they're hanging out with friends, and all of a sudden they go, oh crap, I've taken too many videos, too many photos, I've run out of space. Yeah. I need to recover some of it. What can I do? And they get to looking at a game and it's like, oh, I'm not going to play this for the next 6 hours. I can remove this, not destroy my save games, and make space so that I can do whatever. And then at the end of that, they'll circle back and reinstall the game after they deal with the video or photos and delete some stuff or upload it to Google Drive or I don't know, whatever. But to me, that's where this this is
Yeah.
happening.
And I thought this was interesting. They announced this. They announced this on the developer blog, and they said it's part of the upcoming bundle tool update. So like in Android Studio, if you're making an app bundle, it's just going to have this by default soon. And they said nothing about like what this will look like in Android when it's showing up in Android. I don't know if this will need Android 13 or if they can put this in Play services. I'm not sure.
I'm not technically positive, but I'm gonna say right now with almost near certainty that this will be possible in ahead of Android 13, or easily before Android 13, but pretty much guaranteed going all the way back to wherever split APKs are supported.
Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It just depends on like the UI, I guess, because like I don't think Google can add a button to like the uninstall prompt on old versions of Android. Maybe. I'm not an Android developer.
Well, the answer to that is it depends on where you're looking at it. And generally speaking, even then, I think it might just be everywhere.
Yeah.
But
like if it was in the Play Store where they show an uninstall button.
Yeah,
like,
obviously they can do whatever they want there. Also, if you're talking about like from the launcher would depend obviously on the OEMs, what they support, but the pop-up that occurs after you drag something to the uninstall, I'm not sure who controls that. That might actually be Google, and if it is, they might be able to replace it everywhere. Going to the app info screen might be a different story. That one, I think the OEM controls that entirely.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what the interface of this looks like. Also, last thing I'll mention, because again I have to pee, is Google's doing weird stuff with betas. Did you see all the Android beta stuff?
Be more specific.
Okay, I will. I'll put this in. And now my dog is scratching my chair, which means she also has to pee. But so what's happening now is that Google had 2 beta tracks for Android before today. They had the Android 12L beta, which is now done, or was going to be done, because Android 12L is out. Like they're rolling it out stable, except for Pixel 6 people, they're getting it later, but it's still coming. And they have the dev preview for Android 13. So they have these 2 tracks. What they announced today is that instead of updating everyone on the 12L beta to stable 12L, which is what they've done for every Android OS update, they're instead keeping them in their beta channel. And now they're going to use that beta channel for testing the quarterly platform releases for Android, which are like they're basically like the Pixel feature drops, basically, minus like Google's proprietary stuff. So first of all, a lot of people not happy on Reddit. I was reading because like they expected like, okay, cool, the beta's done, we're gonna get updated to the stable software. Google's not doing that.
Yeah. So
now everyone who wants to go back to stable is gonna have to wipe their phones. I'd be moderately upset, but also it's beta, so.
Can't you? Maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't know if you can do a dirty update. Well, the issue also is that like, a lot of people in the beta are on like the locked bootloaders and such. So that's I think that might be more difficult for like flashing stuff. But
well, I could be mistaken, but I thought there was an option somewhere or somehow where if you decided to opt out of the betas, you could either wipe everything and flash back, or you basically were opting out, and from that point on, you just, the next time a stable update came out, you could update to that, and then from there on you were on stable. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I know that happened in some way, shape, or form in the past. I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
what the process was.
I'm not sure either because I don't think I think I enrolled in the like beta program once, and all the other times I just flashed them because like it's a I'm just gonna wipe my phone again. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, but yeah. So not everyone's happy there, but it's kind of interesting. Like Google's never beta tested like this before. Like it's like a whole new thing. So now like basically Google is doing the Chrome release strategy, like almost exactly, right? Right now there's 3 branches. There's stable, and then there's beta, and then instead of Canary we have the dev previews. So I don't know if this will have if they're gonna keep this up, because it depends on if 12L is like a one-time thing, which is kind of throwing because like it makes sense, right? Like this is working so well for Chrome. The one hold up with Android has just been that Google doesn't control the distribution, but now it seems like they it's not like a deal breaker. Because like the issue with the 0.1 releases before was that none of the OEMs cared.
Yeah.
What they would either do is hold off on the 0.0 release until the 0.1 came out, so then it took longer for everyone to get the major update, or they would do the major update, the 0.0, and then for 0.1 they just say, you'll get it next year when the it's rolled into the next 0.0. So that's why we never got like a 9.1 and a 10.1, because no one cared except Google to roll those out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna spitball off of something you just said. Your comment was that their holdup was I don't remember what.
Like device manufacturers not caring to roll this out.
I think we're thinking of different parts of the conversation, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I think they had one other holdup and one other reason, which was, honestly, the news cycle was so much more exciting when you're holding a yearly announcement of a new version, and that was a big part of their promotional thing. Is, hey, we've got a big brand new version, and everyone come check
and
it out.
we have a brand integration here.
Yeah. Now that being said, the problem is no one gives a crap anymore. The new major version has not been exciting for a few years. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe somebody caught on to that and has turned around and said, you know what, we just don't need to anymore. We don't care. Let's go into an update cycle that's healthier and better for us and the environment. And then, in turn, everyone benefits, because it's not like the new version mattered that much anymore anyway.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is like they've been doing this behind the scenes, ramping this up for years, where like for a long time, monthly security updates have also just had like general Android fixes. Like if they find a bug, they're not waiting a year to fix it. They'll just put in the security patch.
That feels like low key shade at Apple.
Well, yeah, and it's the bug patches. It's they've been doing pixel feature drops for like over a year now, which are kind of just like, some of them are Android OS changes. They're not just like Google's proprietary apps. So there's a little bit there. And then also there's just the whole thing of Project Mainline, where they're just modularizing or turning components of Android into modules that they can update whenever they want. And then like at the bottom of that is just Play Services. That has always been like this, where they can just roll out new APIs whenever they feel like it. So it's not like a huge shift in development, but it's like a branding shift where it's like, okay, we're just doing 0.1 releases essentially quarterly now. That's just a thing we're doing, which is like what Chrome does. Like Chrome doesn't wait until there's enough features for what Google thinks is enough of a bump for an update. It's just every 4 weeks there will be a new Chrome update, and this will continue for eternity. And now it seems like they're doing that with Android, but not quite at the same rapid rate, because releasing a new operating system every 4 weeks sounds like living hell. I think by the time they finish testing that, they would have time, like 30 minutes of time for merging in new features, and then that would be it.
Well, you say that, but I think we would have said the same thing about a web browser. Not that,
That's true. That's true.
So it's probably about the same. A little more hassle updating a device, but same core premise. But yeah, I think this is generally good. I'm just curious how this is going to change their marketing of each major release, or so-called major release after this. And also, is this possibly risking some more fragmentation issues? Maybe. I don't know.
The holdup there is that we don't know if these quarterly releases, or at least I don't know. I'm not like looking at the AOSP repository every day, but I don't know if these quarterly releases will ever be new API bumps. So there is that. If they're just like user, interface changes, then that's...
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's going to be a factor in this.
Yeah. Like 12L is an API bump, but also like, I don't know if they're not going to do a 12L every quarter. That's
right.
So
their their API level would be bumping way too much for developers to keep up with, and that would be kind of a disaster. Though, to be fair, if they make a point of limiting API bumps to like every 2 years, and especially if this has been said so many times, the API bumps honestly are mattering less and less. It's not like they're deprecating old stuff all the time anymore. It's not like they're adding new stuff that matters to everybody anymore. At a certain point, you could, these days, if you built your app targeting the latest API versus an API from 2 years ago, chances are it may not actually impact your code in any way, shape, or form. The only difference in the APIs is these other nascent parts of the operating system you never have to touch. We're getting to that point.
Yeah, so I'm very curious where this goes from here, because if 12L was just a one-time thing, then I don't really know if they have a reason to keep 3 well, I say that, but this is for quarterly stuff, so that's still gonna keep going. Like they said in this Reddit post that right now they're testing a June update, so whatever this turns into will just be the June pixel drop, feature drop, and then they'll switch to whatever the next one is.
One thing I gotta say is, man, the news cycle is gonna love this. I'm betting that XDA, AP, 9 to 5, all the major sites are gonna be looking at this as it's just an opportunity to have more posts about really tiny things.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes. Because again, like, as much as I don't like that Google controls like the entire web because of Chrome, Chrome's release strategy has clearly worked to the point where all of its competitors copied it, and it has also vastly changed how software is updated everywhere. Like Chrome, like just the idea of updates happening in the background without you thinking about them is huge. Like that, Chrome really helped usher that in. And that's just been a massive change to how software is perceived and developed. So maybe that will just become Android. Like maybe, I just wake up one day and my phone has Android 14 and I didn't even really realize it. I mean, I would probably realize it because I read about this for a living, but if I wasn't that, I wouldn't notice it. Which is kind of what it's like now. Like my phone didn't change that much getting to Android 13, except that I had to, leave it alone for 45 minutes because Samsung doesn't do AB updates. But yeah,
little salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we're on the right path with a lot of this stuff. It's just that's also gonna piss off some people because this is gonna be harder for some people to track. It's gonna be possibly exposing weird little issues with Android a little more readily, and I guarantee it. There's some people who are going to be angry that they decided to go onto one of the accelerated releases, and they're going to be mad that their software isn't still super stable, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
People get mad about this all the time, even though they choose to be on beta versions.
I know. I love the yearly tradition of seeing people on Twitter say, "Hey, my Google Pay's broken."
Yes. Oh my god.
Like,
yes.
I thought you all would have learned this, but I don't even use the betas, and I know this. Every time.
It is so stupid. But
and also
I don't know,
my other favorite tradition of people leaving 1-star reviews for an app because it doesn't work with the new developer preview like 0.5 seconds after it comes out.
Yeah, that's a problem. Though I will quickly throw in the counterpoint to that is there are some app developers that intentionally make sure their apps won't run in newer versions. Cough, cough,
Yeah.
DJI. Cough, cough. Yeah, seriously. There's a certain point where you should probably be able to recognize that your app is going to work just fine. So let it work just fine, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go now. Do you want to wrap up this show or keep going without me? I don't care either way. It's just my dog is getting antsy right here. Here she goes. Hey. I'm still at the blur on, so that's not helpful. Here. Let's see her. Come here. Oh, come here.
Now, if only my cat would have come running in here to also sign us out.
There we go. Okay.
Bye, Daisy. You get to go out and she's blurry.
She's half here.
Blurry peach. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go too because it's actually basically the time I would set as my end limit anyway. So, I did kind of want to hit that one thing David asked about, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Maybe that'll be a weekend chit chat thing. But yeah, anyway. Thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation. Thanks to Corbin for doing marathon chat session with me. Because we're only, what is this? 4 hours, 1 minute, and 34 seconds in.
Yeah.
Good job, Corbin.
You got lucky that my only other things I was gonna do tonight is work on a article about which laptops you should buy to play Fortnite on. So you got lucky.
The irony is I'm gonna be, I believe, writing a bunch of embargo stuff tonight. So, yeah, we'll see if XDA got in on those. But anyway, yeah. So this weekend I'm probably gonna try out Dead by Daylight. If that doesn't happen, I might play Control. I don't have any reviews that I expect to go outside for, so I'm probably gonna be inside. Corbin, do you have anything to plug or say?
Listen to Tech Tales podcast. Cody's on it a lot of the time. Not most. He's probably it's half Cody, half everyone else.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. I will say I'm editing an episode right now that does not have Cody in it. About video game emulators. It was really fun to research. And then I have a very special episode for April 1st for April Fools. I won't spoil it, but I think it's funny. It might end up just being cringy, but I enjoyed it. I've listened to it a couple times because it's not an hour long episode. I think it's 8 minutes, but I had fun making it.
Part of me feels like this is going to be alternate history sort of thing.
It's very close to that, Cody.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I know nothing about this, so I'll be surprised along with everyone else.
Yeah. And yeah, well, it's like a return to form because I was a little bit sad when and police repeatedly shot down April Fool's ideas, which like I can kind of sort of get that for like a news website, but
but every year
can,
the conversation comes up. Can we do April Fools?
Yeah.
Can we do April Fools?
Yeah.
And some of us are for it, some of us are against it.
And I think April Fools is best when you're just making funny shit up.
Yes.
And not what it has become. Like, I would say arguably it has been commercialized worse than Christmas. Is like every company trying to make a joke, and most of them are not funny at all. It's not even close.
Well, making a joke where they're advertising their own products.
Right.
Really.
It's like a commercial joke. It's like, all right, guys. I know I like T-Mobile, stop it. Like, I know you can make anything your pink color. I don't need to hear about it.
Yeah.
I know you could make like a sex toy and have it on April Fools. I know you can do that. I don't care.
If I'm gonna ask for anything, I want April Fool's jokes, or whatever we're gonna call them. I want them to just be the employees got together and decided to have some fun with this, not you're pitching your product. To me.
Right, like homegrown, organic April Fool's Day content. Not like if at any point there was someone with a major in marketing involved, or if at any point a conference room was involved, you're doing it wrong. That's not April Fool's Day.
I feel like there can be exceptions, but I'll let those stand. And I have one hard and fast rule. April Fool's jokes categorically must not, in any way, shape, or form, ever be something people can mistake as serious.
Correct.
Right from the start, literally, you load the page. Maybe you got there on a questionable headline, but once you load that page, it needs to be abundantly clear right from the immediate start.
Yes.
You're reading a joke.
This is the difference between The Onion and fake news. Right?
Yes.
The Onion is very abundantly clear, and everyone knows The Onion is clear because this is the only thing they do that it's made up.
Yeah, The Onion, Hard Drive, I forget what the others are, but yeah. You're clearly making a joke, it's okay. But if you write something and someone's going to mistake this as serious, screw you, you're a bad person.
Yeah, that's called disinformation. I think after this last president, I think we've all figured out that's not something we should aim for.
Yeah. Man, we went off the rails with this. But anyway, I'll let you go. Again, thanks to everyone for coming by, being part of the conversation. Again, come catch my thing this weekend. Watch for Tech Tales next episode, and we'll be back next week for who knows what, who knows why, but we'll be making fun of something, and it's probably gonna be Google.
I might be. We'll see. I think I have another review soon that might also take up way too much time, but it's far less important than the S22. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
And I'm still working through my S22 drama, so we'll see what happens with that.
Nice. Yes, I look forward to the recurring segment of what's happening with Cody's phone.
Yeah. Can I just get my damn phone?
Can I get my damn phone? Okay.
But anyway, thanks all. Thanks, Corbin. And we'll see you in the next one. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.